Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Were the Reincarnated John Wick? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. John Wick is hardly a religious man by nature, much less inclined to believe in the concept of rebirth. He doesn't think he deserves it, anyway. Rebirth. The idea of being reborn into a new life, a life so far away from your previous one that it almost feels like cheating. Like starting clean again, an empty sheet of paper in front of you, no stains of black ink to give life to a different facet of you, or blood to bind your soul to another, or ashes for you to spread as a warning. It's all a blank, sinless, bloodless slate when you're reborn, and John very much knows he's undeserving of it. How could he be after years and years of deadly service, of painting every place he went to a nauseous shade of red, the remnants of people he was ordered to kill? People he killed out of raw, agonizing fury for what they did to what was left of the only few good things in his life? His hands were filthy with the blood of too many people, his conscience no less haunted by their ghosts despite him blocking them out. It was his job, but that didn't make his missions and killings any less unforgivable. It was his job, but that didn't mean John Wick was free of any retribution. He was only one mortal man after all. Because of this, he doesn't believe in the concept of rebirth, or getting second chances at life, or living a different existence from your own. He couldn't. So why is it that, after breathing his last breath and letting the darkness finally take him away from his beaten, battered, and exhausted body to someplace quieter, his beliefs get rattled, and he wakes up in a body so small, less burdened with scars and old wounds, and so young? The first thing John sees clearly after opening his eyes is a woman. A woman who isn't Helen, nor the director, nor Sophia. Instead, it's a woman with oddly green-colored hair and matching eyes, looking down at him with this softness that he only ever saw his wife direct at him. This woman isn't Helen. Helen has gone to a place he thought he could take a glimpse of before dropping into hell, and John had all but allowed for her memory to be put to rest. Still, even though this woman isn't Helen, there's something about her that tells him he could trust her, that he could allow himself to release the tension in his shoulders, that he could finally stop running, that he could feel like his demons aren't going to reach him. The woman smiles at him. It's a nice smile, John thinks. Helen used to smile at him like that, but this one is different. He doesn't know what it is, but it's not a good different, he supposed. It's far from the many vicious grins and the cold-blooded stares he'd receive from the people who went for the bounty on his head. "Good morning, my baby is Deku," the woman says gently, and, oh, so this woman is his mother then. And John's name in this life is Izuku. And apparently, he's in Japan and can understand Japanese. The woman his mother in this life, she's so incredibly different. From the director. Sure, the director gave him a home when he was left orphaned, gave him food to eat, and training to keep him from getting killed, but there was always this yawning gap between them, an unspoken line drawn in the sand. That yawning gap turned into a deep chasm when he returned to the Ruska Roma, thinking his ticket could get her to help him because he had forgotten how his old home was bound to the high table like a dog to its master. The phantom burn of the branding iron could still be felt. It was an iron wall that separates Jardani and his adoptive mother because they are John Wick and the director above all else, a relationship he couldn't bother trying to figure out because he's learned to keep a good distance away from things like that. He knows she barely had enough tolerance for those who didn't meet her standards, much less those who broke the rules. Yet John couldn't help but wonder why the director, reluctantly, agreed to help him get to Casablanca. In the end, despite his excommunication, despite the repercussions of helping someone like him. Whether it was out of the little kindness left in her heart, or a sense of responsibility and honor, he would never know. She was always hard to read, a trick he picked up that, more often than not, saved him the trouble of dealing with analytical assassins. Some part of him, that young orphaned boy, hoped that her punishment didn't lead to her head rolling on the floor. Either way, this current life's mother is a completely new specimen to him, yet he feels a sense of connection with her that surpasses the kind he had with the director. Something not weighed by debt and emotional indifference, or burdened by rules and old traditions. John never quite remembered what his birth mother looked like, nor knew the kind of relationship they had before he was found by the director and the Roscaroma, but as he stares at the woman still smiling at him, he thinks maybe that this could be what having a mom is supposed to be like. John discovers eventually that his identity in this current life is Izuku Midoriya, a Japanese boy whose mother is named Inko Midoriya. He also discovers that navigating the world as a baby is incredibly difficult than he initially thought. But at least he has all of his fingers, even if they're tiny and too weak to lift a gun. Small mercies, he ruminates. He doesn't let this become a setback. He could use the time to gather information about this world, see what's changed. Knowing the gist of how reincarnation works, from the stories his past adoptive brothers and sisters would whisper to him on rare nights when they would interact normally, he's either 100 years in the future, 1,000 years in the past, or just in a different dimension entirely. Any of those could be a possibility, but John will make sure to be prepared for all of them. Although, he can't say that he isn't at least confused at the first mention of quirks after hearing the word. From his new mother as she's chatting with another woman with blonde hair and unusually red eyes, lounging in what he figures is a living room. Knowing you, Inko, I bet the little bugger will have a pretty insane quirk once he grows up, the blonde woman says, and there it is again. Quirks. What did they mean? Quirks, as in a peculiarity? A characteristic? Judging from her tone as well as the latter words, perhaps a quirk is something akin to a unique ability. Dare he says it's superpower. It couldn't be possible, but given his circumstance, perhaps anything could be. I could say the same about Katsuki-kun, his mother responds with a gentle smile in her voice. Gentle. His mother is rather gentle. So different from the director. He'd be one firecracker, I bet. He has me for a mom, of course, he'd be a firecracker. The blonde laughs softly, and John notices the stroller parked near her by the armchair before she pulls it closer. Is the other baby in that stroller this Katsuki boy his mother mentioned? Possibly. But there are other matters that he feels more inclined to pay attention to. Like what quirks actually are in this life. Surely it's not anything too complicated, but even if it was, John could adapt. He always does. Being a baby is such a bizarre experience that it could probably rival his encounter with Zero. To be fair, he's never even had this kind of experience at all until now, so he could excuse himself attempting to get out of his crib but end up falling back into it headfirst with a thump, earning a worried mother fretting around him for his little stunt. In conclusion, he should wait a little while longer before attempting another escape, when his baby muscles are a little stronger and a bit more coordinated. That's fine. John is, above all else, patient. Among all the lessons the Roscaroma ever taught him, it's perseverance that wins against mindless power. So he'll wait. And it's not because he feels out of his element when his mother continues to worry over him even after his first venture out of the crib. John gets to learn more about quirks the same day he learns how to walk without tripping on his butt again. His mother is surprised but happy for his milestone, such a weird thing to hear as a grown man in a toddler's body, and she repeatedly asks him to walk to her any chance she got, something John knew he should go along with lest he wants to concern her even more than he already does. What really throws him off though was that every time he reached her, she'd scoop him up in her arms with a little twirl, a delighted sound escaping her lips. He doesn't think he's ever been subjected to this sort of reaction to whatever achievement he had made during his days at the Roscaroma, most of the time getting a nod of approval from the director and his trainers, so he's completely unprepared for the reactions of Inko Midoriya. That's not to say they're not unwelcomed, but he should probably get accustomed to the open, motherly affection he's receiving now because this world is exceedingly unlike the one he was living in before. Somewhere in his mind, he knows this isn't much different from the affection Helen used to give him, but it's different when it's a parent. A parent that doesn't begin training him to be a ruthless killer at the age of 7. She's currently fast asleep on the couch, her phone, by chance, open and ready to be used on the table. A mother's exhaustion is certainly a problematic thing, but for now, he's somewhat grateful for it. At least he doesn't have to plan on how he could get the phone without her notice. Carefully, as to not awaken his mother, John scoops up the phone, a touchscreen phone, thankfully, and gets to work on the search engine. Suffice to say, he's enlightened if a little perplexed. From what he had read, quirks are metahuman abilities of unknown origin, although people theorized that it was radioactive rats that spurred on the biological evolution within humans, that occupy 80% of the world's population while the rest do not, the remaining statistic being labeled quirkless. The first ever recording of this ability came from China, a baby with legitimately glowing skin, and the rest was apparently history. The world has undoubtedly made drastic changes following the emergence of quirks. The technology is far more advanced in this life to match and accommodate the growing powers of every individual, he figures, and there are separate studies about quirks as well. If he's lucky, maybe he could get some reading material about them. What catches his attention the most though was one particular profession that came into existence in this superpowered era, and that is professional heroics. Truthfully, John doesn't have much of an opinion about professional heroes and the ins and outs of the job because it's what it is, a job. A job where, apparently, you can freely use your quirks as mandated by quirk laws for the safety and protection of civilians, and the arrest and detainment of the polar opposite of heroes, villains. It's different, to be sure, from the profession of hitmen and assassins where you are trained to kill instead of saving. In this world, law enforcement is involved in your job and you could be stripped of it at a moment's notice if you somehow failed enough times to become an issue. Did Jimmy ever want to arrest him after knowing? His mother begins to stir, making John return the phone to its rightful place on the coffee table before he just as quietly goes back to his bedroom, thoughts of heroes and supernatural abilities buzzing in his mind. This life is getting more and more unfathomable each day, making him second-guess everything, but what else can he do but go along with it? His first word happens to be half a Latin phrase that he subconsciously remembered and translated to Japanese, and frankly, he could only blame Winston for it. One day he's sitting beside his mother on the couch as the news show captured footage of a fiery disaster, screams, and multiple bodies occupying it. A villain attack, the news anchor called it. It sure looks like it, with all the flames and cries of civilians happening in the video. It doesn't necessarily bother John, really, having been used to the sounds and the sights of fallen bodies for decades, but this is different, he knows. He didn't kill mindlessly, didn't involve people who weren't of concern because he was only focused on the task at hand, his sole target. What's happening on the news, however, was senseless destruction. But then someone big and obnoxiously colorful cuts through the fire and the terror with a booming, ambitious laugh, and John sees blonde hair styled to AV, blue and red spandex, and a pearly white smile that aches his own cheeks. Everything is fine. But because I am here. All Might had been that towering man's name. Fitting. Japan's symbol of peace has come to the rescue, the news anchor said. Symbol of peace, huh? If you wish for peace, John whispers absently, remembering the phrase from a time he left behind when he wanted peace more than anything, and he had to fight tooth and nail to get it. And that was his mistake, thinking he would ever have it in the end. And then his mother gasps at what he just said, and he's reminded again how emotional she can be over the small things. Mitsuki. My baby, said his first words. His mother cries happily over the phone. I don't know what it means, but they're his first words, Mitsuki. My baby is so smart. John is currently being held hostage in her tight hug, and he thinks to himself how odd his mom is. A good kind of odd, but odd nonetheless. He'll have to get used to referring to himself as his new identity, as his current life now that his previous one is, technically, no longer alive. It's not so different from changing his birth name to the anglicized version of it, so really, what's there to cause a fuss about? Logically, he knows he should already get used to being addressed as Izuku or Midoriya because of Japanese customs, because on legal documents and his mother's emotional spirit, he is not John Wick nor Jardani Jovanovic nor Baba Yaga. He is Izuku Midoriya, 3 years old, and has no history of bloodshed and betrayal and revenge plots on his tiny conscience. This will take a while. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he says to his mirror self in the bathroom, face as passive and emotionless as ever. Green eyes stare back. I'm Midoriya Izuku, he corrects, remembering how Japan addresses names. He repeats the introduction for a long time while his mother is busy preparing dinner, trying to get his mind into accepting his new name through the method. It doesn't stick completely by the dozenth try, And John wants to rewrite the contents of his brain starting with what his name is. Patience, he reminds himself. He repeats. And repeats. And repeats. It doesn't stick by the 18th attempt, but maybe he's going about this wrongly. Maybe he doesn't need to keep recycling the name over and over until it's become a Pavlovian response. Maybe he just needs to think about how Midoriya Izuku could be John Wick the way John Wick was to Jardani Jovanovic. A mask over the real thing. Fake it till you make it, as the saying goes. In any case, he had been John Wick longer than he had been Jardani Jovanovic, so perhaps Midoriya Izuku could have the same effect. Here's to hoping. So, preschool. John hardly has any memories of attending preschool. He had been homeschooled all his life, all things considered, but he can honestly say now that he doesn't like it. At all. And he's saying this as a grown man existing as a child. But he can't complain about it now. His mother had been excited for him and his first day of school, so he'll just have to grit his teeth and bear it. And bear it he did because the children are too much. Too loud, actually. And John had been to plenty of raves and concerts and nightclubs before. But in his defense, he only ever showed up in those kinds of places for business, never returning a second time unless he had to. Now, though, he has to return to this noisy chaos of a classroom every single school day for the next dozen months and counting. Fun. And then he feels a finger poking his arm quite aggressively. Oi, are you Auntie's kid? John smothers that muffled, ingrained instinct to pull brake dislocate and turns his head to see red eyes and spiky sand blonde hair. Unusual, but he's seen weirder, like that one plump kid with literal dragon wings, for instance. He must have been quiet for too long when the same blonde boy pokes him harder to get his attention. Hey, are you deaf or something? No. The other boy scoffs. Then why didn't you answer me? Or at that, I don't know who your aunt is, John says truthfully and straight to the point. The blonde frowns at him, and John distantly remembers another kid from a faraway past in Ruska Roma with the same temperament as this one. Except that kid had been less confrontational. Auntie Inko. Are you her kid or what? My old hag said you'd be here. So this must be. Yeah, I am. Are you Katsuki? John is certain this boy is that Katsuki baby from 3 years ago when John first opened his eyes and realized his situation. DMN right I am. I'm Bakugu Katsuki, the blonde, Katsuki, affirms, and John is also certain that children his age shouldn't have a vocabulary like that, but to each his own, he guesses. What's your name, extra? A self-confident, domineering personality, a colorful vocab, and calling people extras. This would likely develop into a problem in the future, but it's not John's job to deal with it at the moment. Midoriya Izuku, he returns. It's been getting a little easier to respond to his new name lately. Maybe those midnight sessions of whispering his new name while the world was asleep were helpful after all. Katsuki crosses his arms as he looks to be assessing him. So, wanna play or some crap? He doesn't. He'd rather do anything else but play with other kids that don't know the meaning of personal space. John glances at the cluster of children laughing and shoving and coloring together while the teachers watch. There aren't any lessons happening right now since it's just the first day, which gives everyone free time to know each other, and so far no one has come to interact with him except Katsuki. His mother did tell him to have a good day, and to tell her what he did at school. John looks back at the impatient face of Katsuki. Okay. That later became his first mistake out of many. Bakugu Katsuki, you're in big trouble, young man. Izuku, baby, did you actually bite Katsuki-kun's arm? How could you beat up little Aizu like that? Please don't tell me you gave him a black eye too. I thought I told you not to start any fights, you brat. Izuku, I didn't raise you to be this violent. It's only the first day, Katsuki, and you broke his nose. When we get home, I'm limiting your TV time. You are so dim and grounded, mister. John and Katsuki glance at each other, their faces dirted and bruised as they stand side by side across their respective mothers, and John would like to think they have some form of mutual understanding and connection if Katsuki's subtle but feral grin is any indication. John just looks away. John definitely has this whole reincarnation situation under control, even if he gets confused with the science behind quirks, and the function behind normal relationships. And if he somehow messes up and garners unwanted attention, well, that's a problem to tackle for another time. Now, his new mission is to live the life he wished for, fought for, killed for, and more. It'll be a challenge for sure, but he has it handled. Yeah. Friendship had been a tenuous thing at best and a critical weakness at worst during his active years. John barely made close friends, even back when he had been young, yet Marcus just couldn't take John ignoring him as an answer the first time they met on a rainy day, both aiming to kill their targets who happened to be siblings. They became close somewhere down the road, with Marcus being his first and genuine friend, but what did they end up becoming? One with bullets lodged in his body all in the name of friendship and the other reborn as a 3-year-old boy in a superhuman society. John didn't make any more friends after Marcus, the nature of their work serving to remind him that friendship couldn't coincide with the job, and he thought that would be the end of it. Still, that darkness didn't seem to reach him when Katsuki practically drags him outside to go exploring in the nearby forest of their neighborhood, a catching net resting on his tiny shoulder. John doesn't complain, but he wants to since Katsuki interrupted his studying and Mom supported the other boy's idea of getting some fresh air. Why are we here? As he stares at the tall chain-link fence with the obvious signs clipped on them, giant characters telling outsiders to keep out. For a self-proclaimed genius, Katsuki sure doesn't know how to read. To catch a bunch of bugs, duh. Katsuki answers with an eager grin. Were children really ever this excited to be trespassing private property? John will never know. We can show him to the old hag and auntie once we're done. You'll be in trouble for breaking the rules. You should know. He had broken so many before he came here. No, I won't. Now shut up and get moving. He'd rather not, but Katsuki has already started to drag him by the wrist against his will and stomping happily on the grass with his chest out and head raised high like a boy on a mission. John simply sighs and just goes along with it. Later, they venture deeper into the forest, a few straggling beetles in the tiny glass jars Katsuki had on him. My birthday's coming up next week, the blonde mentions casually, but there's a tinge of childlike anticipation too. John hums to let him know he's listening. That means I'm gonna get my quirk soon. He raises a fist in the air. Do you know what you'll get? According to the wiki articles he had read when Mom wasn't looking, the child's quirk is usually a combination or a variant of both or one of the parents' quirks. There are exceptions too, but they're rare and come few and far in between, and are labeled mutations. An odd way to name an entirely different quirk from your parents, but hey, John isn't a biology expert. Katsuki hops over a large tree root with John following close behind. Dunno, but I bet it's gonna be demon awesome. Katsuki looks back at him, his feral grin still plastered on his young face. Maybe you'll get a cool quirk too, Izuku. Just not as cool as mine will be. Sure. John doesn't exactly care about what superhuman ability he'll get at 4 years old, but he can stand to indulge the other boy's childlike hopes and fantasies. Hey, I know. We could be, like, a hero duo. Katsuki then begins to walk backward as he addresses John, their little quest for insects left behind. I'll be the #1 hero while you'll be my sidekick. Like All Might and Sir Nightai. Why? John finds himself asking and he hasn't the slightest idea why. Katsuki stares at him as if he said something completely stupid. What do you mean why? Because we're friends, idiot, that's why. I'm your friend. But yeah? Did you lose your hearing or something? Friendship often ends in different ways. For John, it's betrayal, or following strict orders, or keeping the friendship alive whilst doing your job and risking your life because of it. This friendship hardly risks their lives, though. Midoriya Izuku has never had the kind of self-restriction John Wick had, and Bakugo Katsuki is the first one to be his friend in this new life. The first one since Marcus, really. But maybe he can afford to have a friend here. But Midoriya Izuku's benefit. Okay. Let's effing go then. Katsuki yells to the sky and off they go, collecting a few more beetles as Katsuki dreams of what his power will be, with John, Izuku, listening beside him. Katsuki gets his quirk in the middle of the afternoon on his birthday. Everyone gathers around him with John standing further away, But even then, he can hear the crackles and pops coming from the source standing in the middle of the room. Wow! So cool! Awesome! You have such an amazing quirk, Katsuki-chan. John can see the happiness glowing on Katsuki's face from where he stands. He's glad for him. But the praises from everyone are starting to become a bit too much for John's tastes. Your quirk is way cooler than mine. You're amazing, Katsuki-kun. With that quirk, you can be a great hero. Personally, John knew what hubris and excessive ego can do to someone. They become too conceited in their skills, overestimating themselves, which leaves them thinking they can bend any rule they want because they believe they're the greatest. He recalls two people in particular. Perkins comes to mind first. She broke the Continental's rules when she tried to eliminate him and paid the price for it. Next is a senior of his from his early days. Formerly one of Roma's best, that senior had been at the top of his game. He had garnered notoriety, then his reputation had gotten to his head, and he slipped badly. Badly enough to earn heavy gunshots to the head, point blank, by his target's hired hitman. That senior had been one of the only few examples of failure the children of the Roma were instructed not to follow, and John took to heart the dangers of overconfidence. Witnessing the children and the teachers crowding Katsuki over a natural part of your biology reminds John of those two people and their ultimate ends. And distantly, he wonders if it'll happen again here too. So, what do you think of my quirk, Izuku? Pretty dim and cool, right? Katsuki later asks him during break time, still on some kind of high from the praises and admiration thrown his way. The power to create explosions for a kid with a matching personality. There are a lot of things he wants to say about that, but he settles for, yeah. Katsuki laughs triumphantly. This totally proves that I'm amazing. The other extras don't have anything on me. And Katsuki simply goes on and on while John just listens. And later blocks out because this is starting to remind him of Santino and his complexes. It's subtle, but Katsuki begins to change for the worse, in John's opinion. The boy became a lot more brash and aggressive in later weeks, to the point he started picking fights or, as Katsuki loved to put it, challenging the weaklings with older kids. Nobody thought to stop him or admonish him for his behavior, not even the teachers. Katsuki's mom, however, is a different story, but she can only do so much when the blonde boy is not at home, something John is aware. Therefore, he appoints himself as a buffer, a decision he'll likely regret, but if it's to prevent Katsuki from becoming the next Perkins or Santino, he'll do it. Besides, some of the kids in their class are slowly becoming a little frightened of Katsuki, and practically begging John, Katsuki's, evidently, only close friend, with their eyes to keep him from setting his sights on them as potential competition punching bags. After decades of being hired a few times for strengthened security detail, John can't quite say no. One such instance of him enacting his new job is when Katsuki corners another kid with a minor skin-changing quirk once school was over for reasons beyond John's understanding. As terrible luck would have it, no other teachers were outside with them. Wonderful. You and me, let's fight. The red-eyed boy declares with a feral smirk, and the frightened kid in front of him cowers even more. John sighs through his teeth and marches forward. Katsuki, enough. He snatches Katsuki's wrist, and he doesn't return the grateful look the third boy sends him before running off, his eyes only trained on a stunned Katsuki. The hell are you doing, Izuku? John has yet to let go of the boy's wrist. Keeping you out of trouble. Katsuki tries to release himself from his hold, but John has a secure grip. I don't need you keeping me out of trouble. I wanted to show that BSTRD who's the best around here, is Katsuki's retort, and it's incredibly irritating how similar he is with Vigo's son. Impudent. Never thinking of consequences. The thought dies as soon as it's birthed. John fully stares at Katsuki, his hand not leaving the other's wrist. Katsuki looks back, but he breaks eye contact to try and pry himself away, but John doesn't budge. Katsuki and Vigo's son aren't the same, he tells himself. ISF had been a grown man, pampered for years and years in a kingdom his father had built up because of John Wick. Katsuki is a 4-year-old boy who had recently been given too much freedom to do whatever he wanted because of an ability regarded as amazing by others. but he'll be tugged in the right direction by his friend. By Midoriya Izuku. Because of Midoriya Izuku. John will make sure there won't be another ISF Tarasov in this life either. Let go, you a-hole. He feels the heat before he hears the pops and crackles, and John releases his grip, composed and controlled against Katsuki's fiery temperament. What gives, huh? Katsuki spits. You were being an idiot, is his response. No, I wasn't. I was telling that kid who's the greatest because he thinks he's all cool for changing his skin and sheet. It's lame. Were children really this obnoxious at this age? After a minute of staring at Katsuki and gouging if he actually believes the words he's saying he does, he turns away. And then he walks. Where the hell are you going? Katsuki yells after him. John doesn't look back as he keeps strolling to the courtyard where their mothers will surely be waiting for them. I'm telling Aunt Mitsuki what you did today. What? No way, why the hell? Because you weren't being a hero. That sparks another bout of rage, and his past life's muscle memory and instincts swiftly possess him to step aside, and an angry Katsuki charges through the spot he left just earlier like a raging bull, hands steaming and crackling. So he propelled himself with his small explosions. Creative. Katsuki levels a glare that only 4-year-olds can manage and growls like an irate cat. Heroes are always strong, so they always win. I'm strong, so I always win. He stalks up to John, but he doesn't falter nor back away, standing firm and unintimidated. That kid had a weak quirk, and he was a wimp, so I made sure he knew his place. His reasoning is as appalling as it is irrational, but he's a preschooler, and according to the director, they're naturally difficult things to manage. But from John's experience watching the director handle toddlers from afar, he knows that preschoolers can be subject to change with particular, effective methods. So he does the next course of action. Does All Might do that to civilians too? Call it a dirty move, using the other boy's admiration to his advantage, but it's for the best. Katsuki needs to tone his ego down before it kills him one day. Katsuki loses the scowl, but his brows still furrow together. What? Does All Might act like you towards other people? Call them wimps for not being like him? I don't. He gets straight to the point of it. He'd rather not waste any more words on typical childish behavior that could easily be corrected. Heroes don't act as you do towards others, Katsuki. Only villains do. And I don't think you're a villain. So don't do that again. He leaves without anything left to say because what else is there? He already sounded hypocritical enough for him to kick at himself mentally, because in his previous life, he knew he was a villain from the lives he stole without mercy, but he doesn't want Katsuki to end up like anyone he's ever fought back then. He has the potential to be better. Later, he hears instead of sees Katsuki catching up to him, walking beside him in silence. Until, I'm not a villain, stupid. John simply hums in agreement. There's nothing else for him to say. It's the day after his 4th birthday when he and his mother go to see a doctor about his quirk and when it will emerge. Personally, John doesn't see why they should see a doctor for that. It's only been a day since he turned a year older with no outward signs of supernatural abilities, but what does he know? Definitely not the unsaid rules in this society that worship literal licensed heroes rather than rich mafia bosses. Besides, it's his mother who suggested the visit, and John just couldn't say no. So they go see the doctor. And frankly, he just wants to go home and nap or something because apparently, an extra joint in the pinky toe is a bad sign, judging from his mother's expression on her face as the bespectacled, mustached man goes on to explain that John Izuku is quirkless. As if it's a disease somehow. But John doesn't show any hint of displeasure, anger, sadness, disappointment, or whatever at the news. It's mostly out of habit, not reacting overly expressive to anything, which is likely why it earned him quite a reputation among the less self-controlled people who liked the challenge of getting him to crack under 10 minutes. This is also most likely why his mother is glancing at him worriedly whilst speaking with the doctor. John hasn't blocked out the conversation for the rest of the visit, deeming the information passed between the two adults as important, and has taken to observing the X-ray scan of his small foot. There's the extra, uncommon, pinky toe joint. John likes to think he's well versed enough in the human anatomy to think there's nothing inherently wrong with his body, But basing off on his mother's reaction earlier and the doctor's pitying look behind his glasses, he doesn't think they have the same thought process. Really, how far has humanity evolved since he had last roamed the earth that having a normal, by his standards at least, extra joint is considered a bad omen? Well, whatever. It's not John's problem to fix. If this revelation will give him trouble, and he has a hunch it will, considering how cruel people can get over the most inconsequential things, then he'll just have to work around it. Complaining wouldn't get him very far when all is said and done. After the doctor's visit, his mother attempts to cheer him up with some ice cream down the road. It's unnecessary, really, since John thinks he hasn't expressed any negative emotion under the sun for her to add another destination to today's itinerary, but seeing her look at him with care and concern of a worried parent made him give in and nod. The brownie fudge chocolate ice cream tastes like a childhood nostalgia he never had. Katsuki, with the explosive pettiness of a 4-year-old, slams their table with both hands. John can see hints of a crackling sparkle pop into existence, but he remains unbothered. The hell do you mean you're quirkless? The other kids are minding their own business, more like giving him a wide berth as per the teacher's instructions, so they don't react much to Katsuki's outburst aside from the very few curious glances. John, meanwhile, just continues to read. Oi, don't ignore me, Katsuki demands, reaching for the little picture book in his hands, one of the typical tactics of getting someone's attention. John smoothly puts it away before it could receive any nitroglycerin damage. What? What do you mean, what? You're quirkless, Izuku. That means you're weak and useless. Clearly, Katsuki doesn't seem to notice how there's not a single molecular sheet John is giving about that, but he's 4 and 4-year-olds, understandably, have more emotional thought processes than they do critical ones. And? Katsuki scoffs. And that means you can't be a hero, idiot? I don't want to be a hero. John certainly has never even imagined being one, not even after witnessing that video of Japan's #1 hero saving countless lives with a cheek-aching smile. He had the odds stacked against him in that regard in his past life, taking lives for the benefit of other richer, more powerful ones. He took a lot of lives even without being ordered to do so as well. Who's to say he won't end up like that again here? No, John will keep Midoriya Izuku as innocent and free of bloodshed as he could, because Izuku hasn't grown up in a crime organization for decades, promised not to go back to that dark place only to end up there anyway. Midoriya Izuku hasn't been touched by the underworld, and John Wick would like to keep it that way. Katsuki stares at him with so much emotion passing through his face, but what settles eventually is a frown-glower combo. You're lying, of course, you want to be a hero. John is seriously getting tired of this. I said I don't. Why not? Everybody wants to be a hero because heroes are cool and they always win. I don't want to be a hero, Katsuki. Liar. You're just being a wimp because you're quirkless and can't be a hero anymore, Katsuki says, crossing his arms like any other petulant child who has been spoon-fed too many ego-fueling compliments. You can't be my hero partner without a quirk, stupid. John decides to go the usual route with guys like this. Sure. Katsuki doesn't seem to like the lackluster response. Tisi, whatever. I'm gonna be #1 anyway while you'll be stuck as a loser pebble on the side of the road. Yeah. John goes back to reading afterward, ignoring Katsuki entirely throughout the whole day because he honestly has no energy left to handle him. Yet Katsuki is so relentless and stubborn that it's starting to remind him of Zero but a bit more choleric and prone to swearing, which he definitely does not need at the moment. The teachers were of no help in reining Katsuki in. A few hours later on their way home, Katsuki continues to prod at him. Oi, seriously, don't even think about being a hero, or else I'll clobber you. Just ignore him. It's easy. So easy. He had dealt with and survived Zero, had put up with ISF, and had held himself back from bashing Santino's teeth in at the museum. Surely he can survive Katsuki throughout the trek home. He does. Barely. Because the blonde boy is quite the loudmouth, filling their one-sided conversations with more taunts and petty insults. Now that you're quirkless, I'm way more amazing than you. Duh. You can't even stand on the same ring as me. Duh. You know, since you're useless, I'm gonna call you Deku now, 'cause that's another way to say your name, Useless Deku. How original. John arrives at the apartment complex in time for Katsuki bragging about being the best again, and without looking back at him, he says, "Goodbye, Katsuki." He doesn't wait to stick around for what his next reaction will be. If this is the end of their friendship, then fine. John had already learned his lesson in that respect. Later that night, John researches the statistics of quirkless people thoroughly. What he finds is upsetting, but it's not like he didn't see it coming. People can be cruel, especially to those who aren't as privileged as them, or completely different from the norm they're comfortable with. There are articles on how the quirkless are treated. Online forums where the quirkless share their horrible experiences and take in the comfort and understanding from those with similar stories. Statistics of quirkless suicides, unemployment, homelessness, abuse, etc. It goes on, and John can't help but wonder what sort of world they'd be living in if the government allowed the ruthless society he used to survive in to exist now. If they allowed the quirkless to find ways to defend themselves against those with powers, to find jobs that don't need quirks, to give them a home even when it doesn't feel like it, but he shuts those thoughts down immediately. There's been enough death on his conscience already. He's not ready for another world like that here, even if so this hero-worshipping society won't see quirkless people as less than dirt. He has no dreams when he closes his eyes that night, but he promises himself just the same that he won't become another statistic. For his sake and his mother's. It doesn't go unnoticed how the other kids and teachers are treating him more differently. They think of him as someone easy to break, the runt of the pack, the weak link in the chain. While the sentiment goes unsaid, their actions speak clearer than anything else. They don't do anything necessarily cruel to him, the most they did was ignore him, but they do snicker and whisper things behind his back when they think he can't hear them. Eventually, they follow Katsuki's footsteps and call him Deku, to which he doesn't react beyond a side glance. The teachers, meanwhile, are just less involved. They treat him the same way one would treat an infant, but they don't stop the other children from murmuring insults at him. But John is fine with that. This is more preferable to being surrounded at all sides by happy-go-lucky children, instead of children trained to hunt, protect, serve, kill, kill, kill. Plus, John isn't used to having more than one acquaintance outside of work, so he goes on with the rest of the day unconcerned by what they think. It's better to be underestimated, a thread of advice given to him by his old fellow Marines that ended up being helpful to him during his first few years active. Katsuki, however, continues to hang around him for whatever reason. He's still as turbulent and explosive as ever, and he keeps calling him Deku among the plethora of creative insults and nicknames. But he doesn't leave him alone despite his outspoken distaste for him. Even noticeably gets irritated when their classmates call him Deku, barking at them to shut up before turning away to talk, aggressively, with him. What a strange kid. Perhaps it's because of John's lack of reaction to his insults? Only the universe knows. What John knows, however, is that this is just the beginning of a difficult road ahead. But he's used to his life being difficult at this point, so he'll clench his teeth and bear it. At least, he thinks, while walking home with Katsuki being insulting as usual, the only problems he'll be facing are more mundane to a kid with a normal childhood than one of mixed martial arts training and learning how to shoot. He should have known better, really, that fate will never be that nice to him. John doesn't tell Mom about Katsuki. And it's not because he doesn't trust her enough to do so. She has enough on her plate already, working late to support the two of them, and he thinks that adding the information of Katsuki's sudden maltreatment towards John would crush her. Or at the very least bring unnecessary trouble. Katsuki is her friend's son, after all, and Mom is a sentimental woman who loves him too, so hearing about how he's being cruel to John to Izuku would undoubtedly break her heart. So John doesn't tell her. Especially not of the harshness being thrown his way at school. Not yet, at least. There will come a day when he has no choice, but not today or tomorrow or the day after. He can handle this just fine. He's experienced worse treatment. Regardless of how he's treating him lately, John still stops Katsuki from picking fights with other kids. Some part of him knew that he didn't have to mitigate every outburst of the blonde picking fights. There was nothing to be gained from doing that aside from the grateful looks on the timid children's faces aimed at him whenever he stepped in. Except, John also knew that if he didn't stop Katsuki from acting like a complete menace, then he will never learn. The teachers aren't helping at all either, and Katsuki barely listens to them anyway. Somehow he only listens to John. And that is the strangest thing. Katsuki says he hates him, calls him Deku, among other things, but him choosing to sit with John during class and break time, and walking home with him every day says an entirely different story. One that Katsuki isn't enthusiastic nor willing enough to share, but John has no intention of prying into it. It's none of his business, and he doesn't concern himself with the childish vitriol aimed at him to ask. He still doesn't ask, even when his muted curiosity mixes with his annoyance of having to hear Katsuki be so loud and so full of himself as per usual on their venture home. They're 9 years old when Katsuki had the brightest idea to stand up against 6th graders. As it happens, they're at a small gaming shop. Katsuki had dragged him there with him earlier in the afternoon for some reason rather than going off with the 2 other kids he's met, collecting some hero cards whatever those are, when 2 older kids came and stole 1 card from Katsuki, taunting him and giving him a hard shove. Being the feral child that he is with a hair-trigger temper, he doesn't take that well, so he throws the first quirk-powered punch while John watches on the sidelines in slight disgruntlement, the 2 other children spectating with gasps of astonishment rather than running and telling an adult figure. He resists massaging his temples at Katsuki's war cries against the older kids, knowing this will end how it always does, John keeping the blonde from committing death in broad daylight. At least this time, Katsuki wasn't the one to instigate the brawl. Still, it'll be a problem once Mom's friend sees the scrapes and bruises. He absently wonders to himself, then, when he had gotten so accustomed to this. Take this. John witnesses the fox-like 6th grader throw a punch at his friend, but Katsuki is fast enough to dodge it and clip the older kid in the face with a sparking hand, and that just about ends the impromptu scuffle, with the blonde being the victor. Great, it's over, they can go home now. Except they can't. Because the other older kid comes out to attempt a lucky hit at Katsuki, who had mistakenly turned his back, careless, to bathe in praise once again, and John just moves. He wanted to get this trip over with, go home, and study more about quirks and the legal system of this superhuman society, not watch another one of Katsuki's free-for-alls against anyone who so much as looked at him the wrong way. He strides forward with a purpose, ignoring the questioning shouts of the 2 bystander kids behind him and the questioning look from Katsuki as his past life's knowledge drapes over him like an old coat, worn from age and experience, spurning him on into familiar action. As an experienced killer reborn in a 9-year-old boy's body, he'll do his best not to break any bones. He makes it to when the taller 6th grader with platinum hair is about to punch Katsuki again, and John smoothly and efficiently steps in between them, pushing his friend back a little in the process. What the hell, Deku? John doesn't let him finish. He does finish this pointless fight though by catching the incoming hand by the wrist and using it to maneuver the older boy's arm into an uncomfortable position, making him yelp. He then shoves the boy away, resulting in the latter tilting back from the force and landing on the fox kid still on the ground. He ignores the gasps from behind him, still. The older boys gaze up at him, stupefied and confused, but they recover quickly enough to attempt another round, kids and their pride, honestly, but John evenly evades their sloppy punches and later has them topple forcefully into each other by making them dizzy and kicking the backs of their knees with a good enough strength. He stares dead set on the older children when they fall on the ground once more. Memories dance in the back of his mind of him watching his adoptive brothers spar on the many mats in the many rooms of the Ruska Roma. Victory had always been assured for the most experienced. He still stares when they regain their composure. He watches them scowl at him for a moment until they suddenly go pale for some reason, shuffling to their feet and running away, shooting a last-ditch, "We'll be back, you losers," before finally leaving for good. It's quiet. And then, "Hey, what the hell was that, Deku?" John calmly turns to find a frowning Katsuki, his fists shaking by his sides. He only gazes evenly at him in response. "I totally had those jerks. I didn't need your stupid help." The blonde seethes, and John sighs quietly through his nose, feeling quite done with today. "Sure," he finally says, and that's all he really does say as he turns to approach Katsuki. He pushes the card he had managed to snatch back from the 6th grader culprit against the other boy's chest until he grabs it, and John continues on his way home. Stay out of trouble. Screw you, Deku. For what it's worth, at least John is aware he can still defend himself, his mother, and Katsuki when it's needed. Katsuki doesn't thank him for obvious reasons, and that's fine with John. He's never received any verbal thanks from clients, and he definitely didn't get one from Vigo nor Santino, so he doesn't expect Katsuki to express his gratitude. But then he receives a familiar hero card of All Might in the mail 2 days later, by an anonymous sender. He stays silent about it, while Katsuki, for a while, avoids looking at him in the eye at school. John keeps the card still in its plastic packaging in his desk drawer, unofficially his first and last hero merchandise. After that debacle, John decides it's best to sign up for self-defense classes. Not because he believes he's getting rusty, which he kind of is. This is probably the longest he's ever been away from legitimate combat, but he thinks it'll set Mom's mind at ease whenever he goes out alone or with Katsuki. He's learned of how parents of quirkless children become from scouring statistics and forums online, and they range from neglectful and abusive to overprotective and autocratic. His mother is neither of those, but she does worry about him constantly, and John would rather not trouble her any further by being, in her perspective, defenseless. Plus, this is a sure way to explain his sudden efficiency in hand-to-hand without catching unwanted scrutiny. Disclosing the fact that he's a hitman reincarnated as a child would undeniably raise a lot of questions and concerns, especially from possibly every law enforcement there is in this city if they're concerned enough. Or at the very least someone with a quirk that could confirm it, if there even was such a person. He manages to convince her to sign him up for self-defense as well as martial arts classes in less than a day, which was a little surprising, but he's thankful he didn't need to use any tactics involving guilt because he finds that he hates being the reason his mother cries. They're well off enough financially, the payment for both classes is affordable, and the locations are close to their apartment. As it is, there weren't any issues that needed to be resolved. At least, that's what John thinks before he's cornered by Katsuki at the threshold of their classroom. Where the F did you learn how to fight? Not a lot of kids are present in the hallway, so there aren't any witnesses. Well, with Katsuki's apparent reputation in this school, no one would care for his potty mouth. John swiftly enters the room, not giving the blonde an answer. But tell me. The pestering and prodding continue well into the day, with John being the unfortunate one to be chastised by the teachers for the disturbance, because their favoritism and discrimination prompt them to scold the quirkless boy instead of the one doing all the disturbance, but he keeps quiet. Of course, the silence goes short-lived by the end of the day, and Katsuki tries to go for the physical by grabbing John's arm as he was close to the school gates. He reacts accordingly. What? He says, shortly after grappling the other's wrist and twisting it in a way that doesn't exactly hurt but serves as a warning. He has his fingers positioned over a specific area on the explosive boy's wrist that he's done enough research to know that it makes his little fireworks show hurt to produce. Katsuki is either resistant to pain or too proud to show it because he clicks his tongue and bites. You've been ignoring me, stupid Deku. I was. Katsuki growls, glaring at him intensely. Care to explain? No. Why the hell not? I'm busy, because it's true. He's attending his third self-defense class of the month, which lasts about an hour and a half but will soon crank up to 3 or more once he's older. The same applies to his martial arts training during Saturdays. He'd rather not miss it, especially not because of this. Busy? Katsuki gripes. With what? John lets go and continues on his way, not looking back at the other boy. But where the F are you going, shitty Deku? Maybe it's best to just tell him. It's not like Katsuki would want to join his training if he did, right? He's proven time and time again that he's too proud to be mindful of what John does after school, so it should be fine. To my self-defense class. Truly, karma is a dangerous thing. You, Deku, I'm going too. Just keep walking. Just keep walking. I want to show your dumbass that I'm better than you. Do whatever you want. He should not have said that, in hindsight, because in the following week, he finds Katsuki being introduced to the rest of the class by their main instructor, Hogo-sensei. John isn't so affected by the feral grin unlike the other dojo-goers, but perhaps it's due to consistent exposure that he's immune to the unhinged look Katsuki's got going for him when they're beginning to spar each other. Because they drew lots. And somehow he got the short end of the stick. That's fine though. Maybe with this, Katsuki could learn a thing or two about underestimating people. That in itself is always one's fatal mistake on the job. You're going down, Deku. It's a self-defense class, Katsuki. Shut up. The whistle to begin echoes in the dojo. And John takes down Katsuki easily because the latter always seems to start with a right punch. Careless. The rest of his elementary school experience is as follows. John receives more verbal attacks than physical ones from his peers, mostly referring to his quirkless status and how he is actually a weakling who either makes things up for attention or is looking for trouble to gain it. He has a theory as to why, and it starts with two of the children who had seen John efficiently de-escalate a bunch of brawls for Katsuki. Kids and rumors certainly go hand in hand. John receives a bit more detention and reprimands from his teachers over the smallest of mistakes to the non-existent transgressions and behavioral misconduct which he's positively sure shouldn't happen in an educational setting because it's a lawsuit waiting to happen. At this rate he'll have to tell his mother. But he'll need to gather evidence first. John receives kindness, however, from the service workers at school, such as the lunch ladies, the security guards, and the maintenance staff. Likely because he treats them with basic human decency compared to most of the other students. Lastly, Katsuki still hangs out with John. Why he does it remains unknown, and John couldn't be bothered to figure it out. Katsuki can do whatever he wants when friendship is concerned. Speaking of Katsuki, he attends the same martial arts classes as John now, and it wasn't because of some slip of the tongue. His mother told Katsuki's mother about his martial arts attendance, and Katsuki's mother told Katsuki. It was irritating at first. The blonde boy kept challenging the other kids, tried riling up the older ones, even attempted to use his quirk in the mix, to which was shut down hard by the head instructor of the classes, Kachitsu Izumi. But John would be lying if he said it wasn't useful. He got to learn more of Katsuki's tells, and his fighting habits, as fresh and careless as they were. In turn, Katsuki gets to learn of John's tells and habits. The breadcrumbs of them, at least. He's always prudent not to be so easily read. And seemingly, Katsuki has grown to be less abrasive and eager to fight the nearest kid he sees just to assert his self-acclaimed superiority. To add to the list of changes, Katsuki stopped insulting John's entire existence. Well, maybe not entirely, he still refers to him as Deku, but John has gotten accustomed to the nickname at this point to even ask the other boy to change it. Katsuki calls him plenty of jibes even then, but even John can tell it's to save face. Children are such an enigma. John and Katsuki are 11 when it happens. They're on their way back home from buying themselves ice cream, Katsuki's way of treating the winner of the day's sparring match, even though John barely cares for that, when they both get yanked by the back of their shirts into a nearby alley by some faceless assailant. John quickly thinks of ways to get him and Katsuki out of this situation whilst taking into account the fact that he isn't a fully grown man with decades of experience under his belt, and that his acquaintance is just as ill-prepared for this scenario, regardless of his power and training. Katsuki flails beside him, the two of them being held up from the ground by the snatcher, who John notes is a man with crocodile scales on the skin of his cheekbones with appropriate crocodile eyes. "Let us go, you be." The man scoffs. "Shut up, brat. I'm gonna kick your butt so hard your sheet is gonna come out of your mouth." I said shut up. John had expected the guy to throw the two of them deeper in the alley, so he braces himself before his body hits the dirty pavement. Katsuki is less graceful in his landing, but it's excusable. Before the blonde could use his quirk, however, another figure appears, and with a flick of a wrist, something thick and silver shoots out to latch around Katsuki's neck like a glorified collar. He pulls at the foreign object around his neck, shrieking, "What the F is this?" He doesn't get an answer. "You're a feisty one," a soft, sultry voice says, and John lands his gaze on the voice's owner, a slender woman with pale skin and paler hair. "I think the market is gonna like you. If you, I'm not gonna be any sheet villain's purchase." In times like this, John is at least a little grateful for his neighbor's unshakable spirit. "We don't have time for this. he hears the man click his tongue, and then, Shiramia, get rid of the quirkless brat. I got the blondie. The words seem to spark Katsuki into rage-fueled defiance, screaming his head off about manslaughter and graves, but John thinks first. One of the only effective plans he can concoct at this moment is to avoid getting caught by the pale woman, snatch the other boy by the wrist, hit the man where it hurts the most, and escape, but that's easier said than done when you're 11 and have the physical prowess of one. Unfortunately, he doesn't make it 2 steps towards Katsuki when the woman has caught John by the arm and is dragging him farther away, subsequently pulling him over and onto the ground with a lot of force, the air getting knocked out of him. He hasn't felt this kind of pain in a while, especially not this distinctly. Maybe high pain tolerance doesn't transfer over. Pity. Get your effing hands off him. He hears Katsuki yell and later grunts angrily. From the sounds of it, he's struggling against the pale woman's partner too. Shut the F up or I'll make you. More sounds of Katsuki likely kicking the guy, more struggling, more scuffling. Can't see what's happening, what the man is doing to his friend, because now he feels spindly, cold hands wrapping around his small neck and reflexively tries to escape it, go for the eyes, bend their wrists, crack their elbow joints, but small muscles and smaller hands can only do so much. Distantly, he hears more of Katsuki's angered shouts, and it's a wonder how nobody heard them yet. Must be a quirk. The woman above him, choking him, addresses him, "Sorry about this, kid. It's nothing personal." Somewhere in his mind, John laughs silently, bitterly. It's always been like that, hasn't it? Nothing personal. Just doing the job. It's safe to say he's gonna do the same. John notices a broken beer bottle beside him under the cover of the lone dumpster, and he doesn't even have to think about it. All he thinks of is protecting Katsuki, save him from being dragged into something dark, and his new body does what his old one was used to for years. The pale woman is still choking him, but that doesn't matter. He subtly inches his hand closer until his fingers reach the cool glass, and he picks it up in a tight, purposeful grip. His mind quiets into a familiar thrum, muting Katsuki's screams for the woman to let him go. The scaled man's partner has yet to notice, and that's all the time he needs as he swiftly slices the broken bottle's sharp edges deep against her abdomen, eliciting her to gasp and let go of his neck, moving to stop the bleeding. He doesn't stop there. He rises from the ground and lets himself take a moment to collect himself before he uses the bottle again to launch it against her head, causing it to shatter upon impact and effectively knocking her out. You little sheet. The reptile's K-man is angry now, but it doesn't make a difference. Katsuki is free, which makes his job easier. John picks up a large piece of the shattered glass bottle from the ground, and he uses the momentum of the man rushing towards him to slide under him through the gap between his legs, cutting the inside of the man's upper thigh, close to the groin, leaving the shard to where it's stuck in the flesh. The man crumples to his knee, but it's not enough to get him to stay down. John knows that much. So he does the next best thing and snatches Katsuki's arm and bolts, dragging the other boy with him out of the alley where surely an officer or a pro hero would come by. Too bad for John though. It's almost a given how his luck isn't that good when it comes to reprieve. Turns out the two perps have another friend, one with a convenient fishing hook quirk, stationed on one of the fire escapes, but John is fast enough to shove Katsuki further away from the line of fire, urging him, "Get someone." "The hell, Deku?" Katsuki hesitates, but John wouldn't let him stop now, not when he's clearly powerless thanks to the silver collar on his neck. "Katsuki, go." He can only hope that the blonde does what he's told and find help because they both know that too. 11-year-olds aren't enough to knock out 3 adult crooks, regardless of their self-defense and martial arts training and Katsuki's quirk. At least with John, he knows what to do, his physical aptitude notwithstanding. Just as abruptly, John gets wrenched back to the alley by the waist of his pants, with Katsuki shouting after him. God, does he wish for him to follow orders now instead of being an idiot and coming back for him? That's a problem John would like to avoid. In his hubris, the fishing hook guy drops down from the fire escape with a triumphant cackle, his hand jutted out with the fishing line disappearing in the skin of his palm with remarkable speed. "Gotcha, ya slick bastard." The third guy says, assured of his capture rather than Katsuki's, but it's frail and unsure at best. Must not be good at winging things, then. Unfortunately for the third guy, John is DMing good at improvising. Immediately, John clamps his hands on the fishing line and jumps, using the momentum of the line to pull himself at the third villain like an incoming bullet, startling the man. He manages to aim a hard kick to the throat before he manually unlatches the hook from his waist belt and loops the remaining fishing line around the guy's neck and choking him, utilizing his center of gravity to get the villain on his knees. Don't give them a chance to recover, the director and his trainers always said. Go for the kill. But he doesn't. It's a close thing, succumbing to the familiar motions of breaking necks to eliminate targets and enemies faster, but John holds himself back from committing a crime that he's unquestionably sure won't be received well by this world's law enforcement. Even if the crime was made on a criminal, John would rather not risk it. The third accomplice tries to claw his face in his struggle for air, but John quickly loops the remaining fishing line around the wrists, successfully trapping the hands. And if he tightens the thin cord around the man's throat just a tad, that's for only John to know. You even brat, I'm gonna skin you for this. The reptile man. He must have recovered. Careful, Wanaguchi, he's a smart one. For a quirkless kid. The pale woman is conscious as well, her face bloody and undeniably angry. That's fine. Anger, after all, can steer you blind if you don't know how to control it. He's been there before. He holds his grip for a few more seconds, waiting for the third villain to fall unconscious, and when he does, John waits for another moment just to be sure before he leaves him slumped on the ground. He doesn't spare a glance at the immobile villain, too aware of the other threats ahead of him. You're really gonna pay for that, you little sheet, the reptile guy hisses, obviously favoring his unwounded leg. There's nobody here who's gonna save you, brat, the pale woman jeers as if she is speaking the truth. In a way she's. John is on his own here for the moment. Marcus isn't gonna snipe them down for him. To take advantage of it. The Bowery King isn't here with his gaggle of stool pigeons to sneak him out. Sophia isn't here with her dogs. It's just him. But that changes nothing. He's been in trickier situations than this. With his mind made up, John loops the fishing line loosely around his left arm shortly after severing it with his teeth. He picks up the fallen quarter staff the fishhook villain carelessly dropped and grips it tight, his memories of weapons training flittering back to his bones. He stares straight ahead at the remaining two, calm and collected, and concocting numerous possible ways to end this. He breathes in. And he moves. In all his years of working as a police officer and eventually a detective, Tsukachi Naomesa has never come to a scene so unusual, for a lack of a better word to describe this. Because leaning against one wall of the alley is the friend the boy, Bakugo Katsuki, his memory supplies him, told him was in trouble, a little worse for wear judging from the scrapes and grime on his person, but the only one actually standing amongst the other three adults villains sprawled unconscious on the ground. One half of Naomesa is blue-screening over this while the other half is weirdly impressed. But that's a conversation to have with himself for another night with a cup of coffee. It was honestly pure luck that he and Sansa were in the area to pick up some donuts when Bakugo came rushing up to them, wild and panicked with a freaking cork-suppressing collar around his neck. My friend's in trouble, some villains are gonna hurt him, go help him. Naomesa hadn't questioned him, primarily because his quirk caught the frenzied declaration as true, and he asks the kid to point him and Sansa in the right direction. Bakugo didn't leave when asked. No, he bolted to where his friend was, and all Naomesa and Sansa could do was follow, not before radioing some officers for backup. And that brings them back to this scene. Deku! Bakugo shrieks as he runs towards the other boy, ignoring Sansa's call for him to wait. Katsuki, the boy Deku, apparently sighs, and Naomesa can tell that he doesn't look as scared and hysterical as he had expected. No, he looks well unbothered, to put it simply. The kid does end up looking bothered when Bakugo grips his shoulders and shakes him back and forth with a frenzied, "Deku, you idiot, are you crazy?" which has him holding back a pained wince. Well, that's not good. You alright, kid? Naomesa asks, approaching the two children while he lets Sansa cuff the knocked-out three. Deku's eyes move away from Bakugo and land on Naomesa in a calculative stare, like he's inspecting him for something, dissecting him in a way that reminds the detective of a particular underground hero. He mentally laughs a little at the comparison. Eventually, the boy does answer, yeah. Truth, his quirk rings, but it's shaky, like that of a wind chime in a summer breeze. He doesn't voice his findings. However, his gut tells him not to poke the proverbial bear cub, which in this case is Deku. Well, we've already called in an ambulance, so we might as well get those injuries of yours looked at, Nao Mesa says kindly, offering him a grin which he hopes comes out as friendly and gives the boy a reason to trust him. It does, thankfully, when the kid slowly nods and begins walking out the alley with Bakugo by his side. Nao Mesa takes note of how Deku is limping a little and holding his torso with one arm as if he had a bruised rib but doesn't comment on it until it's checked out by the paramedics. The next few moments pass by in relative ease, with the police taking away the 3 villains, who turned out to be the ones responsible for the recent kidnappings in the area, and Deku, whose name turned out to be Midoriya Izuku, and that Deku is just a nickname, getting looked at by the EMTs. Sansa took the initiative to contact Midoriya's mother along with Bakugo's, so all that's left to do is collect a statement from the boys and wait for their guardians. Although, during the short interview, Midoriya had seemed strangely calm, unlike how children being close to kidnapped would usually be. Of course, he's not judging him harshly or anything. People cope with stressful situations in their own ways. Still, the composure Midoriya held was almost perplexing. He tells himself not to overthink it. Eventually, the kids' mothers arrive with Midoriya's mother doing most of the crying as she hugs her son tightly, the latter now appearing expectedly disgruntled by the smothering. Later at the station, he interrogates the 3 villains, thankful that they now have a new lead to the kidnapping cases. However, the beginning of it was, as it happens, bizarre. That quirkless kid, the crocodile man, Waniguchi Isao, stutters, his face noticeably decorated with dark bruises and scrapes with his left eye swollen closed. That kid is a FNG monster. Care to elaborate? Nao Mesa clicks his pen. The pale woman, Shiramiya Kasumi, hisses through her split lip. The quirkless brat, he didn't give us a chance to even knock him out. Too fast. He used my quirk against us, the third assailant, Tsurabari Taki adds, his voice hoarse and wispy from the fishing line used to choke him into unconsciousness. More than that, he beat the sheet out of us with nothing but the garbage and my staff. That kid he outsmarted all 3 of us. To say Nao Mesa is as confused as he is stunned would be an understatement. While he has seen the aftermath, seriously, how did the kid even handle 3 adults like that? He hasn't seen how it went down. However, as much as he is curious, he has more important matters to finish. He'll come back to the Midoriya mystery some other time. And boy, did he get to come back months and months later. When John gets snatched again, it had been 2 months since his first almost kidnapping with Katsuki. Only this time, he's by himself. And he gets shoved in the back of a typical black van with 2 individuals as his van mates who later lock a familiar collar around his neck and tie his wrists with rope behind him. Their first mistake was tying his wrists so shoddily along with the sleeves of his jacket, easy to slip free, easy to hide a sharp weapon. This situation would have terrified any normal child, but John isn't normal. He was caught off guard, sure, but he doesn't sob his heart out nor scream in faux bravery at the masked men who took him. You can either hand over your son, or you can die screaming alongside him. John had roared at Vigo, bound only by rope. No, that would be a waste of time. Instead, John watches discreetly, silently, appearing docile and harmless. He has to be careful here. Wait for the right moment. See what they want with him. If this is a random kidnapping, well, he can work with that. If it isn't, then he'll have to be a bit more creative in his escape. You sure this kid's got a quirk? One of the kidnappers, average height, male, lanky, olive skin, black eyes and scara, tree roots for hair, asks. 'Cause if he doesn't, that's gonna be a problem for Sasori. Well, it seems this Sasori is gonna have a problem. I'm sure, man, the other kidnapper, tall, male, sturdy build, warthog mutation, nods. I've seen the kid, spit this green acid thing the other day. Definitely him. It's a fortunate thing they caught the wrong kid, then. No doubt the boy they mentioned would have been subjected to a dire fate if he was in John's shoes. As it stands, John is capable enough to get out of this situation, mainly due to the incompetency of these men and their kidnapping scheme. He waits and waits and waits, tuning out the banter between all the kidnappers present, 3 in total, as he meticulously designs a plan in his head for him, and perhaps potential others, to use to leave, until the van pulls to a stop. He's forcibly removed from the vehicle by the Warthog man, and ahead of him stands a dilapidated 1-story house, the windows boarded, and the edges and surfaces of the structure covered in moss and faded graffiti. Well, at least it isn't some unoccupied warehouse. That would surely bring back unwanted memories. A plastic bag over his head, struggling, anger, revenge, a gunshot, freedom. Marcus? Come on. The third abductor, who had been driving, short, rock mutation on most of the skin except around the eyes and joints, and scalp, grunts with a wave of a hand, and all 4 of them enter with John keeping note of the scattered junk across the front area. The place is musty and smells like a fish market doused in expired paint, with broken glass, some bricks, and worn furniture strewn around. Some of the broken furniture pieces look sturdy enough to use as potential weapons. John subtly scans the room for any exits before his eyes are drawn to the 5th person in the room, sitting on a worn velvet armchair, looking like a poor excuse of a mob boss. Average height, no visible mutation, scorpion-themed tattoos on the neck area, white hair, matching beard, baggy and threadbare 2-piece suit with a long tie unlaced around his neck. John can use that. Sorry, Warthog starts, manhandling John into stepping forward. We got the kid. So this man is Sasori. John will admit, he almost resembles Vigo with the suit and the hair, and the waft of cheap cologne. Almost. Thank you, Inoshi, Sasori drawls. Bring him here. Warthog Inoshi does, with a bit of harshness as he pushes John into the flimsy wooden chair across from the suited man. John eyes the old man before him, and if he didn't know any better, he would have pegged him to be the weakest among the 4. But the lesson of never underestimating people comes forth, unbidden, and John prepares himself for anything that will come. Needless to say, he gets the usual monologue of their intentions, trafficking children with chemical-based quirks, Sasori said. He stores that info for later, and John has half a mind to ignore most of it in favor of thinking how he can escape, find any captured children, and call the police. His attention is brought back when the 3 henchmen come into view, each holding a child by their shoulders so they wouldn't escape. Meanwhile, Sasori stands and approaches John in a slow, prowling manner, attempting to be as terrifying as possible but only serves to make him look pathetic. John readies himself, a plan already formed. So, be a good boy and do as I say, Sasori says, leaning forward to possibly pat his cheek, but John acts first, delivering a firm kick to the man's groin and later blacking him out with a good knee to his face when he keeled over. This triggers the 3 henchmen to come after John, to which he smoothly evades any form of attack or chokehold. He does end up having to hit them where it hurts most as well as critical weak points, subsequently freeing his hands from the terrible restraints and pulling his entire jacket off without delay, leaving him in his shirt and with a makeshift weapon. The scuffle goes on for a good while, with John sweeping feet with his jacket, tripping one of them over with well-timed kicks, and distracting them using the various broken objects in the vicinity until one of the kids, young girl, red hair, dark skin, shoots some transparent solution at Inoshi's feet, making him slip and fall on his head, successfully knocking him out. Now there are 2 crooks left, which, admittedly, was easier to deal with. Somewhere in the fight, John sneakily picks up a brick and a sizable table leg. He swings the table leg against the root-haired man's shin, followed immediately by a decent impact to his temple. John doesn't even hesitate to throw the brick point blank at the face of the last guy standing. Apparently, the rock skin is as soft as any ordinary skin. As soon as the rock man falls unconscious with a resounding thunk, John swiftly goes over to Sasori, who he notices is beginning to stir but sends him back to sleep with a hard kick to his face, uses the loose necktie to bind his hands, and pats him for a cell phone. Shortly after finding it in the man's pocket, he quickly dials the police. It's funny. Usually, it's concerned neighbors and civilians uninvolved with the high table calling the police for a noise complaint, or something or other. For a moment, he wonders if there's a Jimmy in this life too. He then ushers the other children out the door, leading them to a secluded spot within the forest behind the house. Far enough from the passed-out abductors, but near enough for the police to find them. Mizudafu Police Department, what's your emergency? Why does that voice sound familiar? My name's Midoriya Izuku, he begins. I and other kids have been kidnapped. Can you send help? Okay, not the best way to ask for help, but... Wait, Yeah, John cuts him off. He wouldn't describe himself as antsy, but given that the kidnappers and their boss will be up any second because he doesn't trust that they'll stay down for much longer, he can't allow himself to relax. Especially when 3 other, younger, too young, children are looking to him to save them. I was on my way home when some guy grabbed me and drove me somewhere in a black van. What else should he add? I'm using one of the kidnappers' phones. Can you trace it? I don't know where we are. He hopes his tone doesn't become their downfall. He'd like to sound like any panicked civilian just to give the police more reason to search for them, but he just can't seem to find the energy to do so. There's a brief moment in the call where it sounds like the phone is being passed to someone until John hears another familiar voice. Midoriya? Hello, this is Detective Tsukachi. Oh, that detective guy from before. My quirk lets me know if you're telling the truth or not, so if you can, could you describe your situation? I've been kidnapped along with 3 other kids. I don't know where we are, he repeats, his voice still as leveled and composed. The children with him seem to have taken to his composure as they huddle close to one another, not breaking down in loud tears or screaming towards the heavens. So small. You've been small too, right, John? He hears a bunch of distant yelling on the other side of the phone until, don't worry, Midoriya, my partner's already tracing the call, so sit tight and stay safe. Stay on the phone, all right? Yeah. Eventually, the police arrive just in the nick of time. They detain the kidnappers, and the 3 children are safe in one of the cruisers, with John, now free of the collar, being the one to tell the detective the specific details. Judging from the look on the man's face as he chances a side glance at Sasori being transported to the police van, those guys won't be out on the streets for a long while. Breaking news. A quirk and child trafficking gang, Scorpion Cross, has been found and arrested shortly after the recent kidnapping of an 11-year-old boy, whose name shall be redacted for privacy, on September 15th in the afternoon. Police reports say that it was the 11-year-old who defended himself and 3 other children who have also been reported as kidnapped by the same gang and managed to get one of the abductors' phones to call the police. More information on. John is 12 when he experiences a robbery. And it just so happens to be in his favorite corner store on a Sunday. Give me the cash, lady. John carefully inches his way to the end of the chips aisle near the counter, keeping close to it and out of the robber's sight. The guy is currently busy trying to mug the old lady who runs the store, Granny Amai, with a gun that looks like it came from a toy store to notice him. Now, he isn't all that worried. As old and naturally sweet as she is, Granny Amai is as tough as they come, never taking any nonsense from anyone. Plus, she's quirkless. And the quirkless population is known to stick together, especially in times of crisis. As of right now, it's a time of crisis, and John, at the moment, is available to stop it. I said, give me the cash, old hag, or you're gonna regret it. The robber screeches, but Granny Amai remains unruffled, eyeing the man with an intensity that only grandmothers possess. John decides to use the other route, utilizing the same, familiar tactic of taking out the target from behind. Stick to the shadows, break their necks, stop them from screaming, get the car, get Helen's letter. He creeps closer to the robber who is still shrieking his lungs out for the money Granny Amai wouldn't give. He quietly picks up a store umbrella from its stand, tightening his hold on it. Blunt force trauma, knock them out quick, no hesitation, Jardani. He's behind the robber now, and he strikes, like a snake to its unsuspecting prey. The fake gun clatters on the tiled floor after John swats the closed umbrella on the man's gun arm, then his head, disorienting him. He follows it with a quick leg sweep that puts the robber on the ground on his stomach and a subsequent wrist lock. Break his arm, break him, Jardani, break him now, John. Ah, thank you, dearie, Granny Amai says with her usual grin. Soft and sweet, not sharp and bitter. John simply nods. I've called the police, they'll be here soon, she informs him. And they did. And again, the detective and his police partner with the cat features come into the scene. The recognition is already evident on the detective's face. Recognition works in different ways. You can either run from it, bask in it, learn from it, or simply stop it from building up. John chose to run because being recognized would mean his end. As he approaches John, a small notepad in hand. Didn't think I'd see you again, Midoriya, Detective Tsukachi says, not unkindly. John nods again, not releasing his hold on the mugger until the detective asks him to. Assume. As the cat officer cuffs the assailant, Detective Tsukachi turns to John and addresses, while normally, I would take you in due to vigilante laws, John has memorized such laws in his 7th year of living and frankly he finds it a little ridiculous that a person with a quirk can't use their powers for self-defense of themselves and others without getting arrested. You being quirkless doesn't apply, so I'm just gonna ask you some questions if that's alright? John bobs his head once more, answering the detective's questions as best and simple as he can because he does have things to do, such as touching up his analysis writing that he started the moment he was able to write properly. He didn't do such things back then, mostly keeping his analysis and information gathering in his mental notebook, but he figured writing the things he's discovered about his new life on a physical one would help him navigate it more coherently. And who knows? It could help him get out of more untimely situations much easier. After everything is settled with the robber being transported to the police station and John finally paying for his meat buns, he leaves the store, nodding at Granny Amai waving at him and ignoring the wide-eyed stare from the other customer in the store. Gucci eye bags, at Cat Supremacy Bullet Operator 18H. Holy shit to that one kid for knocking the spirit out of the robber who tried to mug the sweet old lady at my fave corner store W an umbrella in under 5 seconds, you are my hero. Attached link URL. Local corner store owner gets held up at gunpoint but is saved by an unlikely hero. 45 comments 11.3k retweets 18.9k likes. Kochan 12 at underscore Kuchian 12 bullet operator 45m. Replying to at Cat Supremacy. OMG you saw it too? Stream Eve at discount Kirby bullet operator 33m. Replying to at Cat Supremacy. Why I thought I was seeing sheet but 12-well-looking kid just folded that man like a lawn chair without even trying. Dr. Delicate Punch at Yellow Fellow Bullet Operator 33M. Replying to at Cat Supremacy. RT Umbrella BOI for good luck. Hey, John calls, grabbing for the attention of the gangly teenage boy who is currently harassing another kid, bunny mutation, white fur, blue eyes, taller than him by an inch, trapping her against the wall of the alley with a pocket knife threateningly close to her neck. He knows he's running late for one of Katsuki's many all-might movie marathons, and he knows he's going to get a lot of grief for it, but being the blonde's safeguard from a lifetime of legal disputes for a good portion of his younger years has set off John's instinct to step in between the aggressor and his victim. Mind your own FNG business, Shrimpy, the teen, lean, taller by a few inches, no visible mutation, shaved head, snarls but John doesn't heed it. His training before and now varied in intensity as well as application on the field. While he could make it so the teenager is incapable of escaping the police, which John called beforehand because he remembers that he isn't a prolific assassin dealing with things on his own and, without the authorities batting an eye to it, he has to play the part of a concerned civilian who could defend himself and others. It certainly would lower the risk of Mom getting a heart attack and Katsuki yelling at him for getting into trouble again. Leave her alone and I will, he says, placing the tote bag holding the groceries on the ground a few inches away from his feet. The girl seems a little bit calmer now, but John knows she isn't safe yet. Oh, you wanna FING fight, then? You wanna go? He doesn't, but he's been in close contact with Katsuki to know that he doesn't have as much of a choice as he wanted when demanded to fight. He just sighs, and that's enough to set off the teen's temper as he's quick to shift the knife from the girl's neck to John's, holding the blade intimidatingly near the skin while also gripping John's shoulder. He expected as much. John raises his hands in mock surrender, catch them off their guard, strike fast, Don't pull back your blade too soon, before he instantly throws a palm heel strike against the other boy's chin, then, like clockwork, moves to twist the hand holding the knife in one of the disarming techniques the Ruska Roma drilled into him until he got it perfectly. The director sought perfection after all. What the F dash? The teen tries to struggle free, but John thoroughly makes sure he doesn't as he knees the contorted arm at an uncomfortable angle, removing the pocket knife and throwing it away. John shortly looks up at the girl, finding no other injuries. The police are on their way. He sees the relief flood through her as she breathes out, "Thank you so much." John nods. And then he feels his phone buzzing in his pocket, and he knows Katsuki is going to be extra noisy and tiresome, so, after releasing the arm for a split second, and letting the delinquent get up on his hands and knees, he picks up his grocery bag full of hefty items and delivers a mean swing on the head which he hopes keeps the teen down long enough for the cops to arrive and detain him. Luckily, he hears the sirens closing in. "I'm running late for something," John tells the girl. "Are you okay waiting here and telling them what happened?" "Oh, why sure." With one last nod, John adjusts his grip on the groceries and leaves. That is, until the girl calls for him. "Wait, I didn't catch your name." "Midoriya," is all he says before walking further away, because now his phone is ringing in that weird all-might laughter Katsuki put as his ringtone for some reason, and he can't be bothered to interact with more people at the moment, especially the police. He's almost certain the detective and his cat partner are tired of meeting him again. "And could you describe the person who came to help?" Sansa asks as an afterthought even though he has a suspicion of who it is. The girl, who introduced herself as Ehara Kikyo, replies with the enthusiasm of any starstruck kid who has witnessed a hero coming to rescue them. "Oh, he has green hair?" "Yeah, green hair, and he looks younger than me, but when you look at him you can mistake him for a teen or something because he acted so mature. Oh, he also has green eyes and freckles. I don't know his quirk, though, but it was so cool how he knocked out the BSRD with his grocery bag. Oh ho ho, Tsukachi is really gonna love this. The kid's seriously gaining some reputation around here. Did you catch his name by any chance?" Ehara looks thoughtful for a brief moment before she snaps her fingers, and, "Oh yeah. He said his name is Mido something." "Midorima?" No, Midoriya. Yeah, his name's Midoriya, sir." Sansa is feeling 12,000 yen richer now. The first time John hears about a clinic specifically for the quirkless, because apparently some hospitals in the city can refuse medical treatment for the quirkless, is when he stops 3 delinquent middle schoolers from further assaulting a boy close to his age, if but a year younger. "Where's this clinic?" John asks when the boy with dark, messy hair tells him to take him there in a wheeze. In his previous life, John had his fair share of crossing multiple thresholds of hospitals and clinics made to heal people like him. They were out of sight while at the same time out in the open if you know where to look. Though in later years he decided to stick to private, hidden clinics, despite its doctors following the high tables code. "Sorry, Mr. Wick," the doctor told him morosely as the clock struck the hour of his reckoning. John simply stared at the man without bitterness nor ill will because rules are rules. In the boy croaks before coming into a coughing fit, later spitting out sputum of blood on the sidewalk. In the back alley, Ando Street, behind Sakani's bookstore. They make it there when the sky turns into a splash of oranges, reds, yellows, and pinks, the sun casting sharp shadows from the buildings onto the streets. Stick to the shadows when you can, Jardini, because the light cannot help you out there. Deeper into the aforementioned back alley, he finds an unsuspecting metal door, thoroughly concealed by the darkness and the clotheslines up above, the only source of light being the lone neon blue lights lining the doorframe. "We're here," the injured boy mumbles before reaching out to knock 4 times on the door. Soon after, a tall, elderly woman answers with a brisk, "Get in." The clinic is what John imagines it to look like. Clean yet homey for those who seek comfort in a society such as theirs. There are cabinets stocked with medicine and first aid equipment among other things, and there are some worn but plush chairs lining the walls. It still smells like any other hospital due to the antiseptic, but it has this lavender scent as well. If anything else, The clinic seems to have been a storage area to some other business once. But John won't comment on it. It's not his place to do so. You can set him. Here, the old woman tells him shortly, brushing past John and entering one of the only doors in the room that must lead to the patient beds. After carefully helping the boy to one of the vacant beds, John supposes that he's no longer needed. The nurses and doctors here can patch the kid up. What's your name, boy? John glances at the elderly lady searching through a cabinet and after a brief moment answers, Midoriya Izuku. Well, Midoriya Izuku, can I ask for your cooperation and not say a word about this clinic? The way she says it almost sounds like a threat, but John is aware of the difference between that and a desperate request. In any case, he has no intention of disclosing this clinic to anybody. It's not any of his business, after all. So he nods. Yeah. Good. You may leave. He was going to, but it's a rule for the universe to follow that John Wick, now Midoriya Izuku, should not have an easy time if they could help it. Just as soon as he passes the threshold out the patient room, the entrance door gets slammed open with a resounding bang, and three very familiar figures enter the clinic, each holding a weapon, a crowbar, a baseball bat, and a rusty pipe. But Quirkless Squicks, don't think you've seen the last of us. The middle schooler in between the other two announces with egotistical flair despite the obvious black eye he's sporting. Yeah, we've got a bone to pick with ya, Squicks. You better say your prayers. John doesn't need to say anything, though. What he does do is pick up a nearby stool, stare evenly at the trio, and let them come to him on their own foolish hubris. And they do, and it's a flurry of clumsy, uncoordinated, telegraphed attacks, paired with their lacking spatial awareness. It's simple enough for him to use the stool to disarm them and subsequently knocking them on their backs, ending the short-lived fight before the old woman could call for help. Don't come back here again, he soon bids them, aiming a cold look at the three middle schoolers because he means it. This is a safe space, a neutral zone where you are to not conduct any business until you leave. In his past life, it's a rule that everyone respects and follows dutifully to a fault, until Perkins and then much, much later, John himself. And he wants nothing more than to instill that kind of regard in these boys so they can leave the clinic alone. There are barely enough safe spaces for people like him these days, after all. Igakita doesn't see kids like Midoriya Izuku very often, but she did get a kick out of witnessing the kid owning those prejudiced little imps for disrespecting her clinic, as illegal as it was in the eyes of the quirk-worshipping law. But alas, sometimes you can't let the children do everything by themselves. So she sends a text to one of her heroes, specifically one who she tolerates the most out of every other hero who comes by to drop off an injured person without a power like her out of the goodness of their heart or whatever. Is Dadayas Midoriya-senpai okay out there? Kita glances at her current patient Akatani Mikumo. He told her earlier and shrugs. She isn't that worried, not after what she saw. He's fine. Knocked those little scamps to next Sunday easy. She's grateful for it, really. At least she doesn't have to take out her custom-made taser. She dislikes brats who come into her special clinic thinking they're all that, but she'd like to avoid any physical damage if she could help it. Plus, she is, above all else, a doctor, and she's morally bound not to curb-stomp narrow-minded children with her special boots. Eventually, she leaves the treatment room to stand a bit behind Midoriya, who is currently staring down the three brats into silence while still holding her FNG stool. Impressive. Thanks for dealing with them, kid. I've already called a hero to take them, they'll arrive shortly. The kid simply nods. When Midoriya does end up needing to leave, Kita raises a hand to extend an offer, because really, it's the least she could do. You're always welcome to stop by in case those stuck-up docs refuse to even bother with you. You know where to go. Midoriya gazes at her with this look she doesn't really recognize before he nods again. Thanks, Doc. Don't mention it. Now scram, I've got a patient to tend to. He does, and shortly thereafter, a friendly, tired face arrives, and it looks like he aged 10 years upon seeing the three middle schoolers scared shitless on her tiled floor. Before you ask, these three came into my clinic thinking they're hot shit and wanted to commit a felony against my patient and another kid, but the same kid decided to slap the shit out of them with a chair before they could try to wreck anything. Poor guy continues to age 10 more years before her eyes until he sighs like he just saw something so devastating but was too tired to react beyond anything else. Is the kid still even here? He left before you got here. At this point, John is beginning to think he has some latent trouble-attracting power that the doctor missed during his examination when he was 4 because, in recent weeks, he's been getting pulled into fights that he never wanted to be in, much less interested in, by confrontational people who want to challenge him for whatever reason. Of course, there's also him stopping shady people from harassing bystanders, but it's more out of habit than anything else, and it's something he was willing to do. It's not this hero instinct Katsuki keeps raving about. John is anything but a hero. Sure, he saved that one dog from getting put down, but the blood he spilled would never come off his skin, no matter how much he tries washing it away. You are a weapon, Jardani. The best one there is. You are raised to be one. Don't disappoint. Nevertheless, he fights back when he has to. However, he barely manages to hold himself back from inflicting dangerous injuries because he has to. Remind himself that he isn't existing as an experienced hitman, but as an ordinary boy in a superhuman society. He can't go back to that kind of life here. He refuses. Eventually, he tells Katsuki about this little phenomenon mostly because the blonde kept pestering him for answers and all John got from that was the other boy putting up a tally system for how many scuffles John unintentionally gets involved in. It's ridiculous, really, but whatever makes Katsuki happy-ish. Soon enough, though, the fights he gets dragged into by assertive kids his age and older happen a little less frequently, primarily due to John's memorization of the routes he takes most often and his capability in evading people efficiently. Now, he only ever involves himself in hindering thugs and dubious folk alike from executing crimes and injuring other people in the shadows of alleyways, silent and out of sight, just as he always did before. He might not be forgiven or even forgive himself of the bodies he buried in his career, but somewhere in the back of his mind, he thinks Helen would be proud of him for using the skills he cultivated just for this. And if he paid enough attention or was interested enough, he might have heard the beginnings of a rumor with him in it. But as it always is with everything else, John doesn't care. Although Tsukachi Naomasa is someone who rarely dips his toes in underground chatter for self-preservation's sake, he does get to hear stories and legends being passed around here and there. Some of them are helpful, while others are just flimsy speculations and theories, but Naomasa appreciates any information given, regardless if they're legit or just plain rumors. In this particular instance, though, he wants to drink his third cup of coffee dry, because what the hell? Midoriya Izuku, a frequent figure in multiple arrests for the past year, is now being dubbed by most of the underground circuit, specifically villains, as the Viridian Devil of Mizudafu. According to the rumors circulating in the underground and the criminal underbelly of Mizudafu, the Viridian Devil is someone you don't mess with at all, point blank. Though he is small, he is agile on his feet. Though he looks weak, he can overpower even the biggest of crooks with just the environment and his terrifying smarts. I saw him knock out a thug with a trash can lid, Tsukachi, Sansa said to him one day. It was the weirdest, most effective thing I've ever seen. What's frightening for the people who spread these rumors, in that respect, is that the Viridian Devil only ever appears in the shadows, and when there's trouble. He doesn't come to gang-related fights or anything akin to them, however. When a child is about to be abducted, the Viridian Devil is there. When someone is getting mugged, he's there. When someone who can't fight back is about to be ruthlessly maimed, he's there in a heartbeat, and he does it in absolute silence. And he only ever shows up when a hero isn't there to help. Naomasa knows this because a few underground heroes who come by to the station told him as much. While he could bring Midoriya in and ask him why he keeps doing it, he most undoubtedly will, because come on, the kid is, almost 13. It's a wonder how his mother never found out about this, but at this point, he's too exhausted to try. He'll take him in for further questioning if he sticks around long enough without charges, and that's it. As Naomasa informed him the third time he's met him, beating a robber with an umbrella, what a kid, Midoriya's not technically breaking any laws about vigilantism. If anything, he's part of the ones who aren't affected by it at all, so he can freely intervene in any trouble so long as he continues to call the police. Still, when all is said and done, What the F is Naome's life? Somewhere in a certain high school, a very exhausted teacher feels a strange compulsion to pat a detective on the back in solidarity. John first hears about UA when he's in a certain detective's office for the 10th time of the year for unintentionally helping in taking down a rising band of drag sellers early this morning. Katsuki will undoubtedly give him a hard time for this, but it'll be a problem for another time. Okay, I think that wraps it up. Thanks for today, Midoriya. The detective, Tsukachi, caps his pen and directs a small smile at him, as tired as it appears, but John won't call him out on it. He simply nods. Before he can finish his cup of mocha and leave the detective's office, the man starts casually, "You're in your last year of junior high, right?" A strange thing to ask suddenly, but he had weirder questions asked to him. Yeah. Have you thought about what high school you're thinking of enrolling in? In the beginning, John didn't think much of it. Actually, he didn't consider much of his future at all, too busy trying to adapt to this superhuman society for 14 years while simultaneously keeping the rotten, poisonous tendrils of his past life from infecting his new one. He hardly thought of what he even wanted to do when he grew older. Back then, his only purpose was to be a weapon. A vicious killer with a mountain of bodies entombed under his feet. There was no other future left for him but death. But Helen changed that. He had a future with her, but life turned out to be cruel, and he was left uncertain with where to go until Daisy came along. Even then, he was left to grieve and wonder if he was meant to have a future at all. Considering everything, a choice of high school had been the last thing on his mind. No, he says as much in one simple word. Tsukachi raises a brow. Really? How come? I got too busy, I guess. From dealing with low-level criminals heckling him for money, knocking said criminals on there but for harassing other people, and attending his martial arts and self-defense classes, busy probably didn't describe most of it. Understandable, the man comments with a teasing lilt. You've got quite a track record here, Midoriya. He doesn't recall the last time he's ever felt embarrassed, but this came close. Hey, why don't you go attend UA? John looks up from his cup to see the detective regarding him with a relaxed look in his eyes. He recalls hearing Katsuki mention a school called UA before, saying he wants to go there because it's where the best heroes came from. He had no opinion on it except that it's a high school, and students are taught and trained to be heroes. A repulsive part of himself takes note of how it's not much different from his time growing up. Training until his hands scarred and bled and bruised, raised to be a killer than a savior. I don't want to be a hero. His answer stays the same because that's been the plan since day one. Tsukachi gives him a certain look, and he thinks he sees a slight twitch at the corners of the man's lips. Well, judging from your many, and I mean many interventions between crooks and victims, I'd say you're well on your way to becoming one. John shrugs, taking another sip, unsure of what to think about that kind of impression. I'm just being a decent person. If I can stop someone from hurting another, I'll do it. He holds his tongue and his tone about his concealed distaste for how commercialized heroism is in this world, though. John doesn't think he has the right to have an opinion on it, really, considering his history, and the underworld wasn't invested in media coverage of its human reapers for obvious reasons. Sure, he did the things he does now, stepping in between a knife and a child, stopping a bully from brutalizing their victim, but that still didn't make him something as glorified and praised as a hero. That may be true, but society doesn't see it in the way that you do, kid, Tsukachi says, and there's something faintly bitter and tired underneath, but John isn't here to navigate the detective's emotional state of mind. For a moment, it's silent in the office, barring the whirring of the coffee machine and the hustle and bustle of the station outside the room. His drink had gone a little cold, but he forgets about it when Tsukachi speaks again. Look, Midoriya, all I'm saying is that UA could be a good place for you. If you don't want to be a hero, that's fine. But at least consider going? Because, no offense, you need some friends. John opens his mouth to correct him. Bakugu is one friend. You need more than one. John closes it. Plus, Tsukachi adds with a thumb jutting at a very specific green ring binder sitting on the desk, I'd prefer your track record to be less like this in the future. The police chief's already breathing down my neck about letting a kid do most of the precinct's work for them. He nods at that. Sure. He'd hate to have a police chief breathe down his neck. Shortly, he checks the clock, and sure enough, he has about an hour before school starts. Hopefully, there won't be any giant crooks taking advantage of the rush hour. That would be a headache. Finishing his drink and throwing it in the nearby trash bin, John takes his leave. Thanks for the coffee. Right when he opens the door leading outside the office, Tsukachi says, I know you said you don't want to be one, but I think you'd make a great hero, Midoriya. And there seems to be a smile in his voice too, but John doesn't look too deep into it. Later, he mulls over his conversation with the detective on his trek to school, narrowly avoiding the day's villain and side-eyeing the heroes. That wood-themed hero is certainly dramatic with his heroic spiel, but he shoves those thoughts in the back burner as he passes the school's gate, mentally, emotionally, and physically preparing himself for another day. Now that you're all in your final year, I believe it's about time you think about your future seriously. Around him, John's classmates are practically buzzing with anticipation. Meanwhile, John busies himself reassessing his recent analysis of the fresh pro hero on the scene, MT Lady. Actually, now that he's looking at it, he should refine his code, or better yet, begin a new one. Whichever's the easiest and less time-consuming. Who am I kidding? The teacher continues. I'm assuming you all want to be heroes? With a show of throwing the high school application forms in the air, the class, sans John and Katsuki, let their powers run free, a sudden pandemonium compared to the moment of complete silence earlier. It almost grates on his ears, but he's adept at tuning out the noise. Especially when Katsuki is added to it. Sensei, don't lump me in with these losers. The blonde proclaims, if anybody in this shabby school's gonna make it big, it's gonna be me. Their classmates, expectedly, don't take the declaration too kindly, and John naturally blocks out the next wave of uproar before his eardrums could rupture. Honestly, Katsuki and his big ego will never cease to amaze him even after all this time. Of course, that reminds me, Bakugo-kun will be taking UA's entrance exams, is that right? John ignores all the instant awes and compliments thrown at Katsuki as usual. It's strange enough they still glorify him after being told they're extras daily. What he doesn't ignore, though, is the mention of UA again. On his way to school, he typed the name on his phone, and according to his short and quick research, UA is one of the top hero academies in Japan, the alma mater to a cluster of widely known heroes such as All Might and this walking incarnate of Hephaestus named Endeavor, a grandiose name for a guy who seems to scowl a lot. The school isn't like the Ruskaroma as far as he can tell. UA is obviously a high school, one the government is apparently funding, and while it teaches its students to fight and defend with their quirks and otherwise, it also guides them to uphold good morals, to adopt the mindset of saving the people and stopping the villains. It's not like the Ruskaroma at all. All things considered, it's a place that John can't imagine himself attending. The teacher says as much. Oh, it seems Midoriya doesn't have a choice of high school written here. The other students, as he already expected, react in various degrees, some mocking, some pitying, some laughing. He ignores them all in favor of his notebook. It's nothing he hasn't dealt with before, and he's a natural at tuning out nonsense for something that deserves his attention the most. Like wondering how Detective Tsukachi even thought that John could go to such a school in the first place. After turning a deaf ear to Katsuki yelling at everybody as per usual, the school day is finally over at the ring of the bell, and John dispels the exhaustion from his body with a breath, waiting for everyone else to leave the room. Normally, he'd pack his things and leave before any unpleasant confrontations happen, but now, he knows without a shadow of a doubt that a certain someone is gonna confront him about a certain issue. Oi, you're going to UA with me, a-hole. Katsuki is looming over his desk, brows furrowed and arms crossed. To an outsider, it would seem as though Katsuki is trying to be intimidating, but between the both of them, it's just Katsuki being his usual gruff self as he communicates whatever's on his mind. John doesn't look up from his current analysis writing as he answers, no. Katsuki makes a noise that's a mix of confusion and his normal anger in the back of his throat. The F dash. Why the hell not? I don't want to be a hero. He wasn't lying when he said it the first time either, and when he was in Tsukachi's office. For all that he's thought on it, he doesn't plan on attending what's essentially a hero school filled with hero hopefuls. And he's not intending on becoming the opposite of what he used to be back then, and he's not planning on changing his mind, never mind what Tsukachi thought. It wouldn't really work anyway in this kind of world, where those with quirks are loved and favored than those without. You don't have to want to be a FING hero to get into you, Katsuki grits, close to incinerating the desk as he's leaning his hands on it, but John is used to the attitude. You could FING I don't know, go to Gen Ed or some sheet. I don't even care, just go to you with me. Why? Katsuki is easy to read on the best of days, but sometimes he can be quite unpredictable, something John has grown to be familiar with. You wanted to be the only one in this school to go. Because. The blonde throws up his hands, letting off a few sparks before slamming them down on John's table again, to which John moves his notebook away in practiced ease. You could get into some stupid sheet with some villains or whatever the F, if I let you out of my sight. It's a coincidence, he reasons, because he can tell the difference between enemies coming to get him with a purpose and thugs just trying to start something while John is in the same area. In the latter instance, he's just trying to defend others. Nothing particularly wrong with that. Better than other assassins attempting to murder him for a bounty and him throwing the sentiment right back at their faces twice as deadly. No, it effing isn't, a-hole, his friend grumbles. Every time I leave you alone, hell, whenever you're out by yourself, there's either a mugging going on while you're there or some two-bit thug about to FNG shank you. You rock their sheet anyway, but it's FNG annoying when it happens all the DM in time. It happened only 10 times this year. You got FNG arrested for 5 of those, shitty Deku. And of course, Katsuki figured out why John was almost late. May it never be said that the resident perfectionist isn't perceptive. Brought in for questioning and then released without charges, he corrects. He absently wonders if that detective's partner is keeping a scoreboard from all his visits to the station. Katsuki just stares at him with a look that says a lot of things until it settles on plain Katsuki annoyance. I'm not gonna stop bugging the shit out of you until you say you're going to UA with me. You know I will, Deku. Stubbornness. It's always stubbornness that he and Katsuki have in common the most. Unlike his friend, though, John knows when to call it quits. Fine. Looking exceptionally pleased with himself, Katsuki jerks his head to the classroom doors. I'm heading to the store to buy some sheet. You coming? No. I've got things to sort out at home. Like triple-checking UA for anything suspicious, for example, but Katsuki doesn't need to know that. Then, I'm going with you. No effing way am I gonna let you off that easy after last month, he later says because of course. For all that he is brash and loud and difficult to understand at times, the blonde boy is careful, and perhaps a little protective even though he'll deny it wholeheartedly. Sure. They don't make it outside the classroom before John gets verbally harassed, though. Shame. Oi, stupid did you finally become brain dead or something when you forgot to put in what high school you're gonna go to or what? The voice of the other resident pompous kid, Mayura Ken, resounds from the other end of the hallway and John carefully keeps his emotions out of his face, as usual. Bullies get satisfaction out of your reaction. Ignore him, Katsuki, John says, already having noticed the blonde about to tear the other kid a new one from the way he flexes his hands dangerously. Katsuki's been getting better at handling his anger issues, but he has yet to completely rein them in. Acting on his rage via exploding Mayura into oblivion definitely won't help matters. John should know, his anger has gotten him into plenty of trouble before. Katsuki, meanwhile, scoffs, the BS is getting on my last nerves, Deku. John continues walking, knowing fully well that letting even an inch of an opening for someone like Mayura to bug him incessantly wouldn't be a pleasant experience. He doesn't need to look back to see Katsuki catching up with him, listening to the scuffs of the blonde's shoes against the hallway floor. Mayura continues to taunt him from a dozen feet away, obviously the type to be petty from a distance. I seriously don't get how you're not effing said at that dumbass right now. It's not my problem. Katsuki clicks his tongue. Of course you'd say that. Smartass. It's the truth though. Dealing with guys like Mayura, all bark and no bite, just isn't worth the trouble. Besides, there's nothing to be gained from answering back. The only thing he'll get is more annoyances and pretentious boys flaunting whatever privilege they have. Hey, Deku. Mayura is still talking, is he? I got a suggestion for you if you decide to go to a hero school. Why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and wish for a quirk in the next life? Like a remote control, it sets off Katsuki's fuse, and he detonates. What in the goddamn did you just say, you degenerate piece of shit? Katsuki. The blonde stops just 2 steps away from him. His fists are clenched tightly, and John can practically smell the burning caramel from here. Oh, Katsuki's fists are smoking now. Don't. Katsuki growls lowly, somebody should. And that's not your job. Really, it should be the teacher's job to reprimand a student for their misconduct. His trainers and the director certainly did whenever the other orphans of the Ruska Roma toed out of line. Even his dojo mentors in this life don't take too kindly to harassment discrimination, especially. That son of a beach needs to get his butt handed to him, Deku. His friend snaps, bristling. He shot my dog. Sophia snarls lowly with a kind of vitriol and anger that only John could understand. I get it, he tries to placate. But he's not worth it. Let's go. There are times when Katsuki doesn't listen to him, choosing to do what he wants to do, regardless of the aftermath. Most of those times happen to be when John gets pushed around too much and he doesn't react to it beyond a mask of apathy and cold indifference, whereas Katsuki responds to such treatment with a show of loud confrontation and indignation on John's behalf. This time, though, Katsuki eases up, if with a bit of annoyance. At least the scent of burnt caramel is growing less intense. They continue walking, Mayura's paltry goading echoing behind them, but they don't acknowledge it. Well, John doesn't. The boy beside him is obviously trying not to turn heel and possibly hospitalize Mayura until graduation, but the gritted teeth, clenched fists, and stiff shoulders fall away into something mild the moment they leave Aldra's gates. 10 minutes. Good work, John says. It's become a bit of a game of sorts, something Katsuki suggested they do to help curb his violent tendencies by timing how long it takes for him to calm down from a surge of anger. For the most part, it worked. And sometimes he wished they could have done this sooner when they were toddlers, but the past stays there. Shut the F up, Katsuki grumbles without the usual bite as they continue their path home in companionable silence. Well, as companionable as it can be. He has to get out of here. He has to escape now or he will find him, and he doesn't want to mess with that sheet. He's a BSTRD, alright, but he ain't suicidal. He's lost his previous invisibility cloak. It died before he could even make it past the shopping area, but that's fine. He can just find a new one. There are tons of M slithering in this godforsaken city, all smiles and laughter, and thinking they've got such an easy time. Spotting a nearby sewer grate, he slinks through the gaps, hoping that wherever he ends up in, he'll find a new cloak. For a moment, things have been relatively calm on their walk home from school, save for Katsuki complaining about Mayura or some other thing that caught his irritation. But then things turn to absolute shit halfway into their journey, and it starts with the sound of something rattling in the underpass that stops John in his tracks. Katsuki stops too shortly after. What? John doesn't answer yet. He raises a hand to halt any other questions, tilting his head to catch the noise again. It's not close, too close for comfort actually. Behind them. Get ready to run. That's his only warning to Katsuki before something big and reeks of sewage bursts from the only manhole in the underpass, large, unhinged eyes directed at. 2 new invisibility cloaks? Don't mind if I do. John is quick to slide off his bag from his shoulders, sharp gaze locked on the pungent villain before him and the unmistakable presence of the eyes, out in the open for an attack. Always exploit your enemy's weakness. Without delay, he hurls the yellow backpack at the guy's eyeballs with as much strength and accuracy as he could muster, earning a thunderous cry for the move. Mentally, he apologizes to Mom for the disrespect he's put on the bag that she bought for him for Christmas. You little sheet. That effing hurt. Without prompting, Katsuki immediately follows with a timed blast to the face, strong enough to stun the villain but not enough to bring the whole tunnel down. Eat this, you son of a... But then the villain recovers all too quickly to encase the boy's limbs in green muck, cackling, "Eat what? You didn't finish. Now stay still so I can." John doesn't waver as he runs towards the villain, the familiar adrenaline of taking down difficult opponents and the unshakable instinct to get to Katsuki propelling him to leap at the sludge and claw at the gunk that's trapping his friend's arms. As of right now, his goal is to free the other boy's hands so Katsuki could temporarily blind and daze the villain to spare them enough time to escape and alert a hero. While it's a feeble plan with plenty of potential drawbacks attached to it, John is willing to risk it to get Katsuki out. He risked it when he chose to put that bullet in Santino's head. His thoughts and his clawing come to an abrupt halt when he feels his own limbs get consumed by the same green sludge, the scent of sewage and a faint hint of smoke invading his senses as he's pulled away from Katsuki, who is still screeching despite his mouth being covered by slimy filth. "Ah, trying to save your little friend here, eh?" the sludge villain says with a croaked laugh. "That's fine, I get to have more than one sock puppet." Before he knew it, the odor of every foul entity from the sewers grows stronger, and John can feel something viscous and foul trespassing his mouth and forcing its way down his throat, cutting off his airways. Beside him, he can hear Katsuki managing to free his mouth of the sludge to let out a furious, "Get your nasty effing sheet off us, you beach. Stop struggling, it'll hurt less. F you." John has had experience in being suffocated and strangled. A plastic bag over his head, struggling, finding a way out. It's always an unpleasant experience. It's as if your entire body is slowly shutting down from the lack of oxygen. Your eyes get blotted with dark spots, your throat constricted by rope or hands, your heart pounding against your ribcage like a burning iron ball, your consciousness slipping by the second, yet it still fights to stay conscious enough to get rid of the thing that's keeping you from breathing. This is like those times, but worse. There are no hands or ropes for him to break out of. It's simply thick sewage crawling into his esophagus, extinguishing any chance of air. Marcus isn't there to snipe the villain dead. It's just John and Katsuki, both being suffocated to possible death. But John doesn't want to die here. He doesn't want both of them to die here, especially when Katsuki has something to look forward to. And Mom would be devastated if John were to die, and he hates being the reason she cries. Black spots obtrude his vision. His ears ring and muffle any other noise, and he thinks he hears Katsuki yell for him, but John doesn't know. All he knows is that he can't breathe. He can't breathe. Just as soon as the darkness swallows him whole, a booming voice cuts through it, and John can almost see the bright, obnoxious colors and a cheek-aching smile belonging to it. Texas Smash. Consciousness returns to him slowly like molasses, but then it slaps him across the face. Oh no, it's just Katsuki. Oi, Deku, wake the F up, you a-hole. John peels his eyes open, staving off an impending headache, and above him, he finds Katsuki hovering over him with a scowl that says he's worried but wouldn't admit it even under the pain of death or embarrassment. The same could be said for how he sounds, occasionally interrupted by coughs. I'm up, John says hoarsely, all too aware of how sore and dry his throat is. Actually, his whole body seems sore. He'll deal with that later. Has other concerns. Finally. Deku, you will not FING believe who just saved our buttes, Katsuki starts, and that at least answers the question of what happened. Sitting up slowly with a bit of help from the other teen, he blinks, adjusting his eyes to the light, and John is suddenly conscious of the fact that a giant man is standing in front of them. A giant man who happens to be the last person John would want to see in any other setting. I'm glad you're all right, young man, All Might says with a smile that feels so uncomfortable to John's face. He squints. Has it always been stuck like that, or is it just some God-given talent that makes up All Might as a whole? My apologies for getting you too caught up with that villain. I don't normally make such mistakes, but I'm new around here and I may have gotten a bit too excited on my day off. The number one hero chuckles, but it's more of a stentorian laugh than anything else. John hums non-committally, eyeing the older blonde. Although he's not as much of a hero fan as Katsuki, and every other child ever, he is at least grateful that All Might came to save them in time. However, there's another concern of his that he hopes the number one has already dealt with by the time he arrived to help them. He hears the man begin a little nervously, and isn't that funny? The top hero of Japan, nervous in front of two middle schoolers. I don't mean to be rude or anything, but why is your friend staring at me like that? He does that sometimes, you're fine, Katsuki answers gruffly. John decides to ignore that. Where's the villain? He sees All Might perk up, and he pulls out a large soda bottle from behind his back, the green sewage of the villain intact and confined within the plastic, knocked unconscious. John is not going to ask how the man did it. The laws of physics and reality have already been thrown out the window even before he was reborn, so he's not going to question it. I've successfully detained him. Speaking of which, I should be dropping him off at the station now and be on my way. A hero's work is never done, after all. Just when the hero is about to leap away, without making sure they'll be fine by themselves, or calling an ambulance or their parents or anything because a hero's work is never done, John briefly goes out of his way to suggest, keep your hold on the bottle instead of keeping it in your pocket. It'll fall otherwise. He's unsure if the guy will even take his suggestion because he has a slight suspicion that All Might could be one of those people who rely more on themselves rather than information and other outside sources to help them achieve their objectives. He's of course proven wrong. Oh, I see your point. Thank you for the suggestion, young man. Now I must be off. Take care, you too. With that, All Might leaps into the air, soaring further away until he is just a dot in the sky, never to be seen again until some other dangerous villain comes around to summon him. It could just be John's imagination, but was there blood peeking through the man's lips? Holy FNG sheet, we just met Hifengi All Might, Katsuki mutters in disbelief. John will never know how it feels to meet your heroes, but at least his friend is enjoying himself, even when they almost got suffocated to death earlier. Later, after taking a moment to collect themselves, they gather their things. To John's relief, his bag is relatively fine as well as his notebooks and pens, if a little dirted. However, one notebook sticks out the most to him, and when he flips through its pages, he discovers with a grim line of his lips that the hero signed it with his hero name. It takes 2 entire pages, and frankly, he is a little disconcerted that All Might thought to write on his notebook with a predetermined notion that John would want it. He didn't, in fact, want it, but it's there on his notebook now, and he can't exactly erase it without wasting a correction fluid or two, and he can't tear them off without ruining the rest of the pages stapled with them. He does know someone who might want to keep it, though, and would like to preserve it as a family heirloom or something. Here. Without preamble, John hands the defaced notebook to Katsuki, who is gaping at the offering as if John just gave him the secrets to the universe. That's All Might's signature, yeah. Katsuki, for some reason, looks bemused at the gesture, and John can't quite figure out why. But, I don't want it, is all he says because he knows that Katsuki knows that John isn't a die-hard fan of the American-themed hero, so his offering shouldn't be that confusing. After a brief PRD of Katsuki grouchily appraising John and the notebook, he swipes the thing into his hand, now returning to his usual self. Suit yourself. It's your loss. It really isn't, but he's not going to bother telling Katsuki that. Napping is sounding really appealing right now. Somewhere across the district, All Might has arrived at the police station. However, the familiar sensation of his time running out and his body steaming urges him to make another careless mistake. He simply places the bottle holding the villain in front of the sliding doors rather than inside the station and leaps away in a rush, counting the remaining seconds he has before he could turn back into the shriveled husk of himself, his scar pulsing in phantom aches. The sludge villain has awoken before any police officers could collect him. He escapes his plastic prison and seeks to find a newer, more SBMSSV cloak with a powerful quirk that could take down All Might. And he does. And he rains fire. It says a lot about John's luck when another disaster strikes a few blocks from where he and Katsuki almost met their end by a slimy, sewer monster almost half an hour ago. He's not superstitious by any means, but if he was, he might have thought the universe was conspiring against him. Because down the street, shortly after telling Katsuki for the nth time that he was all right, a crowd is forming in front of the entrance to a commercial alleyway, and John's gut is telling him it's not some celebrity making an appearance and causing a scene. The F is going on over there? Katsuki mutters under his breath, and likely without even knowing, moves closer to take a look. John follows, cautious eyes scanning over the shoulders of the bystanders, and while he's unsure of what he's supposed to find, he sees it. Or rather, All Might, come out and face me. John would like to believe it wasn't All Might's fault the villain escaped. A plastic bottle isn't really that strong of a container when it's holding a quirk-powered man, after all, and the police probably didn't know how to cuff Sludge. But this is still a disaster, and the guy has another hostage now, one who evidently has a fire quirk, and the heroes present aren't doing anything at all, save for getting nearby people out of burning buildings and crowd control. He's never had much of an opinion on professional heroes before, but he certainly has one now, and it's that they are frustratingly incompetent at the worst of times such as this. Our quirks are no good. One of them shouts, a burly man with some kind of theme going on with the caution tape colors around his wrists. From John's memory, that must be Death Arms. The other heroes seem to agree with him. Then, a large shadow hangs over the crowd as the newest hero, Empty Lady, comes to the scene, but is apparently stopped short due to the narrow width of the alley. My quirk is useless here, she exclaims. The Sludge villain continues to wreak destruction with the hostage who is currently trying to breathe through the gunk blocking his mouth, struggling and pulling, while the heroes persist on standing around and watching it happen. Our quirks are no good, they said. My quirk is useless here, they said. Never make excuses for your own incompetence, Jardani. Hey, Deku, what the hell are you doing? John doesn't realize his feet are bringing him forward, a strange feeling taking over his senses until Katsuki has a hand wrapped around his arm, stopping him just a bit. What was he doing? He involved himself in situations before when it seemed there wasn't any help coming, a practice that John picked up since he was 11. But it was always out of the sight, behind alleyways, away from public scrutiny. He learned the dangers attached to it in his previous life, and he didn't want them to happen now, not with Midoriya Izuku. Not to mention, there are pro-heroes on the scene. There's no need for him to jump in there. It'd be illogical to do so. Mentally shaking his head, he exhausts all options first. He can't be irrational here. Hey, John steps forward to the nearest hero, the bulky man from earlier, and Katsuki follows, no doubt confused, but doesn't comment. You can aim for. Not now, kid. The man brushes him off sternly, practically shoving him back into the mob of onlookers. He ignores the way Katsuki grips his arm tighter at that. If you want an autograph, wait till this is over. Now get out of here. This is a dangerous place for you to be in. Unbidden, the memory of a particular unwarranted autograph on his notebook comes forth in his mind. The man looks over at the situation and whispers under his breath, "Help is on the way, kid, hang on." In any other situation, John might have listened. Might have left with Katsuki and just not involve himself with this. Might have gone home and hoped for the best because pro-heroes are here, and a hero's work is never done. But what are the heroes doing? That boy is in pain. Where's All Might when you need him? They said they're waiting for a hero with a suitable quirk. The boy being held hostage by the villain aims his panicked gaze at the crowd. His eyes seem to meet John's, tearful and afraid, and desperately seeking for help, and Daisy ran away, but it was too late. He heard the agony she was in, the kicks, the hits, the squeals, the barks. He couldn't help her. He was useless to help her like he was useless to save Helen. John Wick might not enjoy the aftermath of this, but Midoriya Izuku doesn't care at that moment. "I'll be right back," is all he says to Katsuki before he wrenches his arm away and moves. Startled shouts ring from behind him, some from civilians, others from the heroes, and one from Katsuki. But he doesn't falter, doesn't hesitate. He will never hesitate for this. Just like before, he swiftly removes his bag and pitches it at the villain's eye, successfully distracting him with the pain it induced and caused him to free his hold on the hostage for a brief instant. But John knows not to do things halfway, and he takes out a pencil he immediately recalled stashing in his pocket back at the underpass and advances accordingly, leaping on the villain and clawing at the green sewage until he's directly above him, a large pupil there for him to do what he needs to. "You again." The sludge creep screeches in a guttural tone. "Oh, I'm gonna have so much fun digging your grave." John never does let his enemies finish. He grips his pencil with a purpose and without pause, stabs the eraser end of it against the eye with enough vigor, and the following happens. John leaps away from the villain and grabs the hostage just as quickly, pulling him out of the muck. The crowd screams. And it sounds like Katsuki is screaming too. Someone arrives in a gust of wind, it seems, and then, "You've caused enough destruction today, villain." But Detroit smash. Then it was over with one punch and a change of weather. The sun has started setting by the time he and Katsuki leave the scene, but not without the latter having quite a lot of things to say to the heroes who have been scolding John for his recklessness. And John wasn't really listening during the whole lecture. He was mostly occupied with making sure the hostage was okay, physically and otherwise, before sending him off to the paramedics who arrived shortly after the situation was dealt with. The heroes didn't look too happy with his blatant disregard of their reprimand, but he, on the other hand, didn't care. The victim was saved, and the villain was arrested. That's all that really mattered. But the heroes didn't see it that way, and took it upon themselves to give John some sort of wake-up call for his actions. Then it all heightened up to unabashed irritation at John's reveal of his quirklessness when asked if he had a quirk at all. "You could have died," they said. "Or worse, that kid could have died because of your recklessness." That was when Katsuki arrived, temper blazing, and words firing out of his mouth like calculated detonations. John didn't ask for the defense, but he didn't trouble himself into stopping the blonde from giving the heroes an earful of things they could've, would've, and should've done without letting them use their incompatible quirks as an excuse. There wasn't anything he could do aside from watching for any signs that Katsuki might go absolutely feral on pro-heroes. He didn't, fortunately. If it weren't for All Might stepping in and the media vans arriving to catch at least the latter half of Katsuki's critical tongue-lashing, they would have been there the whole day. Stupid effing careless, they didn't even do sheet. Katsuki complains again, kicking at a nearby pebble on the road as they continue their trek home for good this time. They just stood there. John simply listens, brushing off the grime and soot from his bag. And when you did something actually useful and saved that kid rather than standing around like an idiot like they were, they had the motherfucking gall to scold you for it. And they didn't do jack's hit with the situation because their quirks aren't suitable them all. He lets out a few sparks at that, and John absently wonders how no one in the neighborhood has come out yet to give him a tongue lashing for the noise. Sheet, their heads are as big as their stupidity, like it's not even funny. Deku, Katsuki finishes, shoving his hands in his pockets and glaring at the ground as if he could imagine the faces of those heroes appearing there. Silence permeates the air for a while, the two of them letting what occurred pass over them like clouds. John isn't one to dwell on idle things such as being told off by adults, but it seems to be important enough for Katsuki, so he'll let him stew on it until they're home. Eventually, he hears Katsuki sigh, "I know it's stupid to ask you this, but why aren't you set at M?" The answer comes easily, "They weren't my problem." "I'm gonna need more than that, you heart attack on legs," his friend grumbles, and well, that's fair. He probably surprised Katsuki too much with that stunt. After a glance in his direction, John says evenly, "I only cared about the one who needed help, not the ones who didn't give it." That's it. Katsuki doesn't have a rebuttal for that. He simply mutters, "You and your stupid big heart," under his breath, and continues to walk beside him, if with a bit of a slouch to his shoulders. And once again, silence fills the space between them, and all is calm. "I am here." At least it was. "All Might." His friend chokes out, "The hell are you doing here?" John does not know what the number one hero wants. What he does know is that he's tired, he wants to go home, and All Might is blocking the way, smiles and muscles and all. "I was actually looking everywhere for you too." The man says, still smiling, when does he not? "The media caught me up, though, but I'm here now." "We FNG know that, but why?" The blonde man appears uncertain, moving his gaze between him and Katsuki for a brief moment before he continues, "Before I begin, this is something that, with any luck, will provide as much context as possible. I have a secret to share with the both of you, and I hope you'll keep quiet about this." At the serious tone, they nod in silence. What happens next is probably one of the least likely things John predicted with this whole interaction. Yet here they are. And it's a fortunate thing that John knows how to keep his composure well enough. In an outburst of smoke, All Might disappears, and there stands a skeleton of a man with a shaggy golden mane and 2 tufts of hair framing his hollow-cheeked face. The clothes that All Might had been wearing are hanging loosely around the man's frame, and it's Katsuki who breaks the tense silence with a soft but equally shocked, "What the F dashed?" As you can see, All Might because it is All Might, who else could it be? The voice and the clothes are enough indicators begins, gesturing to himself. This is one of the secrets I've kept from the media and the public. Later, the man leads them to an empty playground nearby where no one else could hear, and he tells a tale of an unbroadcast battle, his close and bloody victory over his enemy, and the scars that trail after, how his body is reduced to such a form, how much time he has left when out being All Might, the #1 hero of Japan. It's something John truly hasn't expected because it sounds like it came from a comic book, but he treats the story and its teller with as much respect as he could give. There's something else the man is hiding, and whatever it is, John hopes it's not something as dangerous as the other information the hero willingly gave to 2 children. "Okay," Katsuki says after a lull, scuffing his shoes against the dirt. "That explains why you look like a matchstick with hair, but that doesn't explain why you bothered to look for us." John continues to stay quiet as the hero slowly but surely explains why he sought for them, how John's actions of saving that kid, regardless of his quirklessness, spurred him on into going past his limit, how Katsuki's words defending John gave him something to think about, reminded him of the true essence of a hero. It's almost too trite of an explanation, but an explanation all the same, even when it goes into a tangent sometimes. "And there's another reason why I was looking for you too," All Might says before turning his eyes at John standing just a few ways away from the man who is sitting at one of the benches. Katsuki raises a brow from his spot on the sandbox's frame while John just tenses underneath his dirted uniform because there's a light in those eyes that he wants nothing to do with. It reminds him of this morning's meeting with Tsukachi when the detective told him he'd make a great hero. "Young Midoriya, as I said, your actions have truly inspired me to act, and I'm sure your friend can agree with me when I say that you are incredible in your own right." "Hell yes he is," Katsuki adds helpfully, even when John can hear the "but not as much as me." Which is why, All Might goes on, this time standing up and looking at John with an expression he can't believe is directed at him of all people. "I wish to have you as my successor." "What?" "I wish to have you as my successor." In another world, John might have fallen to his knees and cried his heart out from overwhelming emotion. In another world, John might have said yes in an instant, eyes twinkling with childlike hope, thinking to himself that this is the start of his journey. In another world, John might have done both. But in this world, John is just silent, which isn't all that unusual, but still. "Wait, what the F dash?" Katsuki so kindly adds, abruptly rising from his spot and coming to stand beside John, narrowing his eyes at the older hero for some reason. It's an odd thing for Katsuki, the biggest All Might enthusiast John knows, to regard the hero with such a wary gaze, but John pays no mind to it. He'll wonder about that later. "What the hell do you mean by your successor?" John had met or heard of plenty of successors to kingpins of large mafia groups in his past life. They all had something in common, whether it be money, charisma, poise, influence, or power. They were also young, quick to make hasty decisions, and hardly thought of the consequences. ISF wheezed from the pain, the blood soaking through his clothes, and he gritted, a last-ditch stall for time. It was just a stupid dog. John didn't let him finish. In the end, however, most of those successors ended up being used as pawns in their predecessors' little games, tricking them into thinking they could take over their respective empires so easily and pouncing on their vulnerability. If what All Might is offering is anything remotely close to that, John doesn't know what will happen, but no one will be happy. The man blinks confusedly, then perks up with a shocked look on his face, as if he had just remembered one crucial detail. A detail that would have been very helpful to the increasing tension coiling around John's shoulders. Of course, All Might surveys the area again before he clears his throat, and John hopes that whatever the man is about to say, it better elucidate his offer. He never did like unclear contracts. "All right, What I'm about to tell you is another classified piece of information about myself which I trust that you too will keep secret. They nod. Okay then. All Might breathes deeply, the shadows on his face making him appear older than he is, and finally answers in a tone distinct enough for them to catch from this distance, and low enough to not attract any passing ears. What I meant by asking young Midoriya to be my successor is, I wish for him to inherit my quirk. John had expected a lot of things to come out of the man's mouth, but it certainly wasn't that. After researching and studying humanity's biological upgrade for a considerable amount of time, he finds it hard to believe that someone can just inherit a quirk in the passing of the torch sort of method just like that. It's almost impossible, but he knew that in this world now, anything is possible. Your quirk? Katsuki parrots disbelievingly, his voice remarkably low and something else John can't make sense of at the moment. All Might nods. Yes. My quirk is unique, for a lack of a better word. And from there he unravels another story, a story that honestly seems like it truly came straight from a movie he never watched or a storybook he never read. A power that has existed during the dawn of quirks, All Might tells them. Born from a time when evil reigned, it helped select heroes fight against it, a power that can be cultivated and passed on, one that has been passed on for generations, its name being One for All. How fitting. One quirk to be used by many people to save others. It seems so burdensome almost. And All Might had this quirk for decades. If he were any regular man, or teenager, John would have brushed it all off as some convoluted fairy tale and move on with his life, never to meet All Might again. But he sounded so genuine about it. As far as John can tell, the man wasn't lying. Or at the very least telling them the things they need to know. Still, that kind of ability is something John senses has a catch to it. He's not sure how or why, but there is. Everything has a catch, after all, and this One for All has one. But he won't pry All Might for any more details. This day is getting stranger and more exhausting by the minute, and he'd very much like to go home, but he stays. There's probably more All Might wants to say. He notices Katsuki stealing a side glance at him from his peripheral before the blonde crosses his arms, assessing the hero again with narrowed eyes. So basically, you want to give Deku your centuries-old quirk just like that? That is my offer, yes. All Might wrings his hands together in a nervous tick, and isn't that peculiar? The strongest man in the country seems so out of his element here that it nearly gives John the impression that the #1 hero could just be an entirely different identity of this gangly man before them. For a fleeting moment, Katsuki is unspeaking, bearing that specific downturn of his lips that John mentally dubs as his friend's version of him being lost in thought, but not too deep into the forest of his mind. All Might continues to appear awkward and nervous, but he stands tall, as much as his gaunt form allows him to. Then, Katsuki speaks with a particular tone. You're not doing this out of pity, are you? That seems to startle the hero. What? No, of course not. That was never my intention at all. He objects, waving his hands frantically. As I said before, young Midoriya's actions have been truly inspiring to me. I never once thought of offering because I pity him, or only saw him for his quirklessness. I just found him to be a worthy successor of my quirk because of his heroic spirit and heart. John has been expressing his indifference to his quirkless status for years now, his disinterest in heroics even more so. Katsuki knows how he feels about those two things, yet teases him, still, for the number of heroic deeds he's done since he was 12 years old. But he never once saw what he was doing as anything special. Really, anyone could have done the same thing. He unwittingly gained a reputation out of it, sure, but he never cared for it, like how he never cared for his reputation as the Baba Yaga. His actions weren't all that exceptional. Yet they were exceptional enough to apparently inspire the #1 hero to present him with a proposition that anyone else would think should be accepted without question. This is a mess. And John can't even call Charlie to deal with it. What do you think, Deku? John turns to look at Katsuki, who is peering back, but this time he doesn't have his usual snappish frown on his face, just a relatively calm one with his brows only slightly furrowed. He looks back at All Might, who is observing him with expectancy and hope hidden behind his hollowed eyes, his fidgeting having stopped when the ball is in John's court now. He avoids them, averting his attention to the ground as if it'll give him the correct answers. What does he think? He looks at it as it is first. He's being offered a quirk that has existed for a long, long time, a quirk beyond his understanding. A quirk that belonged to many others, and now belongs to All Might, a hero clad in 2 bright colors and bearing the title of the symbol of peace with a smile, a burden meant for stronger shoulders. A quirk meant to be used by good heroes. And somehow, the current wielder is choosing John to be the next one to have. Actually, now that he thinks of it, Deku. John pays no heed to Katsuki's questioning stare as he lifts his eyes from the ground and towards All Might's curious ones. It's only a hunch, one born from the information that was given and All Might's current state, how his time as a hero is shorter compared to before, but he just wants to be sure. Why are you offering your quirk now? The spindly man startles again, and so does Katsuki, who only raises a brow, but John focuses on the older blonde, intent on figuring this out first before deciding. He can't go into this blind. All Might seems to have seen something in John's expression. What it is, he's not sure. When he takes a steady breath, his shoulders lowering as if an invisible weight is saddling him somehow. Shortly after, he places a hand on his side, on the spot where his surgical scar was. The man starts uncertainly before he lightly shakes his head. Remember when I told you how my time as a hero is now limited? Without prompt, he continues, this time with a somber tone to his voice that John picks up beneath the strength All Might tries to carry with his next words. It's not just that. My time as a hero is slowly decreasing as time passes, the same goes for my health, and because of that, I must search for a successor to inherit one for all. If I don't, then this power dwindles with me and... He lowers his eyes to the fist he clenches in front of him. Despite my victory over my enemy, I feel as though I'm disrespecting the past holders if I let it disappear like this. I know I've held onto this quirk for a long time, but I'd feel grateful if it helps the next generation. So I hope you understand why I'm doing this now. John does bob his head, understanding his reasons to some degree. He doesn't know how long All Might had been a hero for, but it's reasonable that the man can't keep it up for much longer without risking his health. However, it doesn't quite satisfy the other question he has on his mind. Something that doesn't make sense to him. He voices it as much. Why me? What? Both Katsuki and All Might stare at him. He doesn't falter under the patent bafflement as he repeats, loud enough for the hero to hear, why are you offering it to me? The explanation All Might gave before, the one about how inspired he apparently was with John's actions during the sludge villain incident, didn't seem that sufficient, in retrospect. While it was a good enough reason for the hero's standards, John can't see it as a great one. Because, when he looks at the bigger picture beyond the one he was looking at earlier, everything just happens to be a right place, right time situation. A coincidence. Even more than that, the hero's mind was made up from a child's heroic actions alone? It was unreasonable at best, and stupid at worst, not to mention unusual. Because at the end of the day, they don't even know each other. He's just some middle schooler while the other is a notable pro-hero, only knowing each other's names from hearing of them in passing. So the man's choice to seek John out and offer him his quirk was rash. Impulsive. Reckless. Maybe, if not more reckless than spilling significant confidential matters to young teenagers. When did his life turn out like this? Young Midoriya, I'm not sure what. What if it was someone else who saved the victim? John presses. Would you offer your quirk to them? When the blonde man doesn't reply, John pushes forward, words flowing through his lips. He's not the talkative type, never has been, but he lets himself speak his mind. I understand your reasons, but believe me, anyone could have done what I did, and I'm sure you would have offered your quirk to anyone else that inspired you, or you saw as qualified to have it. As much as he wants to respect the older hero's wishes, there are lines he has to draw before things spiral out of control, and he has to fight and bleed to have it back to normal again. Accepting an ancient powerful quirk that's bound to have hidden secrets from a virtual stranger, regardless of his status as a pro-hero, without knowing what will come out of it other than having a power of his own? It'll likely lead to something that he can't go back from. A path to a familiar life before this. People don't change, you know that, Vigo said. This life follows you, clings to you, infecting everyone who comes close to you. You got out once, Winston told him. You dip so much as a pinky back into this pond, you may well find something reaches out and drags you back into its depths. How can you fight the wind? The director questioned. How can you smash the mountains? How can you bury the ocean? How can you escape from the light? Of course, you can go to the dark. But they're in the dark too. So tell me, Giardani, what do you really want? John can't afford to be reckless. Especially if it jeopardizes his chances of living a relatively normal life away from anything past stopping punks from harassing young children. He was, frankly, done making any more foolish choices. If you need to find a successor, there are other people out there, older, more experienced, worthier enough to have one for all, John says, never once breaking eye contact with the speechless All Might before him. You can ask anyone else, offer your power to anyone else, but not me. And there's his answer. Not him. John isn't a hero. He never was, regardless of what Katsuki says, what Tsukachi says, what Mom would always say because he was one to her. He never even saw himself as such. Just a person who tries to help people when he can, because he could. Moreover, judging from what he's seen of All Might and One for All, he sure as hell doesn't want an ability that can kill a man with one careless flick of a finger. And isn't that a thought? A killer with an ability that can do more damage than a gun. A villain in that sense. And that felt suitable. He wasn't a hero, because he was a villain before he became Midoriya Izuku. For all that he's learned not to let emotions drive him off the cliff, John doesn't trust himself not to slip, and break, and fall back into that abyss that told him to pull the trigger and throw his life away at the slightest brush of what he was used to, so he can't take that chance. Thanks for the offer, but I decline. For a moment, no words are exchanged. Katsuki stands still by his side, hands in his pockets and regarding him subtly in his peripheral. All Might, meanwhile, seems lost for words with this particular expression on his face, something John can't begin to decipher until the thin man sighs. It's not one of disappointment, nor anything akin to it. One of acceptance, maybe? He doesn't know. As of right now, he's growing too tired to wonder. I understand, my boy, All Might says finally, and he doesn't sound upset. He can't quite pin it down, but this is preferable to anything else the hero might throw at them. You're right, I could have offered my quirk to anyone else if they were in your shoes. And I'll admit I may have been. He chuckles lightly, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. A little too hasty in my decision in asking you to inherit my quirk just from watching you. Yeah, no sheet. That really came out of nowhere, All Might. Katsuki, who had been quiet this whole time, comments, but there's something a little off about him. John files that matter away for later. Or sooner, depending on how long it takes for him to get Katsuki to speak his mind. The gaunt hero laughs softly again. Yes, it was. And I will respect your wishes and find someone who I deem worthy enough to inherit One for All, young Midoriya. I'll be sure to not come to a decision based on one deed alone. I need to get to know my future successor better first. His face changes minutely at that last part, but John respectfully doesn't ponder over it. John nods, fairly glad the man is at least considering his opinion. He's not sure what he was going to do if the guy had been prodding at him to accept, but he knows it's not going to be anything pretty. Now that that's over and done with, they can finally go home. Ah, that reminds me. Never mind. At least the guy's chipper now as he tells him of his new teaching position at UA again. Is the universe telling him something? And how he's completely decided on using that as a way of searching for a potential successor. It's a little unconventional considering there are bound to be dozens of students to choose from, but if there's one thing John can respect about All Might, it's that when he says he can do something, he does it. So he'll trust that he can find a good successor in due time. Katsuki appears excited by the news, less slouchy and attentive, but John has another hunch that All Might has another thing to say, and God, he's close to leaving and going straight home right then and there. But he stays. All Might regards them both. I know it's sudden to ask this, young Midoriya, but is your friend. The name's Bakugo Katsuki, and before you get any ideas, I don't want your quirk either. I can climb to the top with my own power, Katsuki butts in, his bravado coming back as he raises his chin and crosses his arms, and John expects it as much. For all that he admires All Might, he's proud to a. No, I wasn't going to ask you that, the man affirms, not unkindly, grinning just a bit at Katsuki's bout of confidence. I was going to ask if you two are taking UA's entrance exam. We are. Katsuki sends John a particular stare that says, you better, before returning his gaze to All Might. Why are you asking anyway? Gonna give us pointers? The man chuckles. Well, no, not exactly, but I am giving you a different proposal. All Might stands just a little bit taller, his blue irises gaining a brighter hue to them when he continues. While I'm not offering one for all to the both of you, I'd like to help you prepare for the entrance exams if that's all right. What? Katsuki voices the same sentiment. I know it's strange, and we are pretty much strangers, still, but after witnessing young Midoriya saving a life and young Bakugo defending a friend from unjust treatment, as well as this conversation we had, I sincerely wish to help and see you succeed in becoming great heroes. The practical portion of the exams, as I remember, is difficult if you go in unprepared, so I'd like to help. And All Might looks completely sincere about it too, his angular features not hindering the grin he bears. It's strange. A man who is idolized by many, feared by villains, and seen as the strongest one of all, viewed as untouchable, helping two young kids with no strings attached, even though he must be busy himself. Perhaps John misjudged him just a little bit. However, that's not to say he'll go along with All Might's suggestion. But before he could even voice another decline to the man's offer, Katsuki hooks an arm around his shoulders with a bit of a jostle, not so subtly stopping him from saying anything by blatantly covering his mouth. And John can feel his chances to escape and go home slipping away. This isn't some charity work bullshit you're pulling, is it? It's not, I can assure you. I'm not suggesting this is All Might, but as someone who thinks you both have a shot at being wonderful heroes. All Might answers with that familiar pearly white smile of his, and John resists the temptation to massage his own cheeks. Katsuki clicks his tongue, averting his gaze, but John knows embarrassment when he sees it. Fine, do whatever you want. At least we're getting some tips from FING Pro. But we'll be doing most of the work. Yes, I understand, All Might says lightheartedly. It's nice to see the youth being so high-spirited. He then clasps his hands together, and John knows that he needs to get out of this as quickly as possible before he could be dragged deeper, but Katsuki has a solid hold on him, so escape is futile. John, with enough regret to fill an ocean, stays quiet because he has accepted his fate as All Might declares in high spirits. Well then, why don't we discuss the game plan tomorrow? It's getting a little late now, and I'm sure you're both tired from all the excitement today. No kidding. Exchanging phone numbers, John didn't pull out his phone, yet somehow the blonde boy managed to slip it out of his pocket to give to All Might, and promising to keep in touch, that will be Katsuki's job. John will take no part in any of the back-and-forths messaging. The hero puffs up in his muscled form and says his goodbyes, with a bit of his usual flair that he shows off in public. Once All Might is now just a distant dot in the sky, and they're left by themselves once more, John shoots Katsuki a look. Katsuki, after being exposed to it for so long, doesn't react beyond a roll of his eyes. You'll thank me for it later. He won't. And that's a promise. It doesn't go unnoticed how quieter Katsuki's been as they make their way home for real. John also takes note of this building tension between them, but doesn't say anything about it. They arrive at the apartment he shares with Mom, and it's at that moment of removing his shoes John realizes that she must have seen the news. Izuku! Mom is sobbing a waterfall by the time she reaches him and Katsuki, pulling only John into her special hugs that literally leave you breathless. But he's used to that particular form of oxygen deprivation, so he just lets her hold him. He seriously doesn't like making her cry. I saw the news, I was so worried, honey. I know you can take care of yourself, but please don't do that again. You nearly gave me a heart attack. His uniform is beginning to feel damp with her tears, but honestly, it's the least troublesome thing to stain his clothes. At least it's just water. She notices Katsuki watching it all happen eventually. Oh, Katsuki-kun, hello. I'm sorry, I didn't see you there, she offers him a teary smile. The blonde only shrugs, giving her a brief nod. Hi, Auntie. He gets pulled into a tight hug too. There are things about Katsuki that John picked up quicker than most throughout the years, one of them being that when he feels a certain emotion, he lets it out, unrestrained to a certain degree. When he's mad or irritated, he yells towards the high heavens, his hands sparking for more emphasis. When he's upset, he pouts and broods, and becomes a little more withdrawn until he isn't. When he's happy, not that he would even admit that he wears this feral grin on his face, and his eyes become a lot brighter and expressive, his entire demeanor just a bit more open. John might have felt jealous of Katsuki, somewhat, for being able to express himself so openly. But he isn't. It's not Katsuki's fault he has the emotional capacity of a stone wall when it comes down to it. He held the dark material in his hands, and he knew in that instant that he has returned to the shadows. He screamed. And when Katsuki is suspicious or doesn't believe a single word you say, he makes it obvious. So glaringly obvious. What? John breaks the tense quietness in his room because Katsuki's glares are starting to become a bit more bothersome than usual, even with the hero-themed bedsheets he's sitting on mitigating his frown to be less intense. Why the hell didn't you accept All Might's offer? Oh, so that's what this is about. I said, I know what you said, but I even know you, and I know you have another reason for that, so spill. John sighs through his nose as he puts down his pen. He's not going to get anything done if he doesn't settle this sudden issue they seem to have as soon as possible. He thought he made his choice clear, that he wanted All Might to choose someone else, someone far worthy to inherit a power that could save more lives than end them. He even said it without sounding cryptic or vague, hoping that All Might would understand, which he did. He thought Katsuki did as well. He seems to have miscalculated. I didn't want his quirk, he answers, simple as that. I never asked for it. But those heroes earlier, John interrupts. They used their quirks as an excuse when someone was in danger and they couldn't help. When Katsuki doesn't say anything, John takes it as his cue to continue, turning on his chair so that he's fully facing the teen, hoping this would quell any not-friendly fires from starting because John is tired of this particular subject already. And it's only been a mere few hours since the villain incident, even less of that for the whole All Might revelation. If having a quirk means not helping someone because it's incompatible and you wait for someone else to do it, then I don't want one. He makes sure to keep his composure and his tone as level as possible, enough to get Katsuki to understand and see John's reasons as they are. Otherwise, Katsuki will be in another one of his rare mood swings where he treats John with hostility in one instance and keeping him at a distance in the next. John slouches forward, elbows on his knees, and sights trained on his friend. I've never had high opinions on quirks, Katsuki. And you know that I never wished for one since we were younger. I've been fine so far without one, so why would I accept All Might's quirk now? Katsuki actually takes the time to ponder over his answer, lowering his red-eyed gaze, and John waits. You'd have a shot at being a hero, is the boy's reply, although judging from how his face scrunches up a little after saying it as if he ate something sour, he probably figured instantly that it's a feeble argument because he's heard John's argument before, repeatedly. But I don't want to be a hero, John counters evenly, and he will say it again and again like some sort of prayer to any higher being that would listen. I know that, and I still don't effing get it. Katsuki lets out tiny sparks resembling those special sparkling candles before flopping his back on his bed with a rough sigh. You've been helping a lot of people these past few years, Deku. That's what a hero does. It's what any decent person does. Yeah, but not any decent person can beat the shit out of a villain with a pencil. Practice. Since when did Kachitsu-sensei's classes teach you how to do that? You trouble magnet F-. John doesn't reply this time, because he knows this conversation could go on in circles if he did. He has other reasons why he declined All Might's offer. He wasn't a hero, because he was a villain, but he knew they wouldn't be received well. How do you even tell someone you used to be a hitman who buried too many bodies for a life of retirement and then later returned to that life of death and decay from a single act of revenge, only to die and be reborn as a powerless child in a powerful world? There certainly aren't any guidebooks for that. Right now, telling Katsuki the initial reasons is enough and within the realm of his current life as an average teenager in a superhuman society. It's as safe as it can be. So John turns back to his work and begins writing again. The new code looks better this time. After a brief moment where they don't swap the usual banter, he hears Katsuki sigh. You really don't want to be a hero? No, I don't. And you really don't want All Might's quirk? No. The blonde wordlessly grumbles under his breath at that, and this time, it's John's turn to be annoying. Well, as annoying as he is physically, emotionally, and mentally capable of. Did you want All Might's quirk? The F dash. I said I didn't, dipshit. Katsuki hisses. Oi F you, I said didn't want his effing quirk, I mean it. I'm gonna be number one without it. Okay. John doesn't pause in his code writing, somewhat satisfied with his work. At least Katsuki's stopped staring daggers at him and making it difficult to finish his notes. Katsuki makes a sound at the back of his throat before he mutters grumpily, "You're one complicated son of a gun, you hear me?" That insult is new. Shut up, I'm a B, but I'm not a heartless D-, especially to Auntie. And from there, the conversation turns into different, lighter matters, with Katsuki doing most of the talking and John doing most of the listening, sharing a few opinions here and there out of habit. When Katsuki talks about what his training would be like after some time, John relaxes in his seat, finalizing his notes, while reminding himself to research UA in full. He even takes the initiative to text their self-defense and martial arts teachers that they won't be attending their classes anymore, using the generic exam preparation excuse to cover for their training with All Might. While he isn't close to either of them, John is at least grateful for their guidance. They don't talk about All Might or One for All, or their eventual training with the hero the rest of the night, which is all fine by John. He wouldn't even participate in the discussion if they did. Katsuki stays for dinner, and while John had expected him to go home, it's not a surprise his friend wants to have a sleepover. He does this whenever John gets into some trouble whenever he's around to witness it or hear about it. Caring like that even when he says he isn't. And later in the night, when he's close to slipping into meaningless dreams, he hears Katsuki whisper into the dark, a pledge born out of a desire to challenge him. I'm gonna blow the entrance exam out of the FING water, Deku, so don't half-butt it either, or else I'll blast you to FNG Australia. John decides to concede with Katsuki's expectations just a bit, just so he won't have to be blasted to Australia. Sure. Yagi Tashinori, Bakugu Katsuki. Yesterday 8:09 p.m. Yagi. Good evening, boys. This is All Might, but Yagi Tashinori is my civilian name, so please refer to me as that when I'm not in my muscle form and out in public with you. Thank you, and please don't leak it. Good news, I found a good place to start your training. It's not exactly conventional, but I know for certain it can help. Laughing face. Did I do the emoticon thing right? I'm not sure. Anyway, if you're available, come meet me at this location at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Plus Ultra. Sent a location. When John woke up to the hero's messages that morning, he thought about the choices that led him to this point. He stewed over it, wondered what he could have done differently so that he and Katsuki wouldn't have crossed paths with All Might and end up being involved in whatever this is. All Might and Katsuki call it training, but John calls it a kick in the butt from the universe. Eventually, though, and with a ton of effort on his part, John accepted that what's done is done. He's not training with Katsuki and All Might for the entrance exams. And he can either back away and risk Katsuki being a lot more aggravating for the next few months, or go through with it and finish what has been started. However, All Might, what the F are we doing here? Katsuki deadpants, and if he listens hard enough, John could hear seagulls flying overhead. And All Might, in his muscle form, laughs jovially, "You're here to train, of course." "Yeah, I get that," Katsuki says with a certain tenor, and John instinctively braces himself for the impending noise. But why AF Trash Beach? Dagoba Municipal Beach is, for a lack of a better term, a mess. Everywhere you look, there's a large pile of trash and scraps. You can barely see the sand underneath broken appliances and tossed soda cans. There's even a wrecked Volkswagen in the distance, sitting prettily on top of a particularly high summit of other machine parts, and John pointedly ignores the weird scent that's a mixture of sea salt and waste. He's only ever heard of this beach from peers jeering at him that if he ever ended up homeless, he could find a good home at the illegal garbage dump beach. At first, John brushed it off as another one of their usual petty taunts, but looking at the mountains of junk and other unwanted contraptions now, he's starting to reconsider. How long has it been like this anyway? Longer than John had been alive in this world, probably. It's no wonder All Might chose this place as their training grounds. At least then, no one would find them with a deflated All Might and cause a ruckus. You see, young All Might in his muscle form begins, patting the top of a rundown refrigerator. Heroics wasn't always about fighting villains and standing in the spotlight. John sits through another heroic speech, and to the man's credit, it's enlightening enough that it gets Katsuki to look rather contemplative. While John still doesn't hold All Might in the same regard as Katsuki does, he will admit, the man can be inspirational when he needs to be, especially with this. Now then, we have 10 months to build up a solid foundation for you boys before entrance exams. You think you can clean this place before then? Hell yeah, Katsuki says with a wild smirk, hitting his fist against his palm. John just nods. Soon enough, they get to work, with All Might acting as an onlooker of their progress. Sometimes the man throws in words of encouragement, a little odd for John's taste, but whatever makes the guy happy. They, of course, start small, carrying things like discarded boxes, wrecked kitchen appliances, and other questionable garbage, building up from there over time. Fortunately, All Might had the forethought to bring in a truck large enough to store the trash they've collected and take them to a legal dumping site. As he carefully lifts a broken microwave, seriously, isn't there a specific area for things like this? John thinks back to his own training before becoming Midoriya Izuku. In the Ruska Roma, training is usually a lot less lenient. They don't take kindly to blunders, and they make certain that you never make the same mistakes twice. The director always sought perfection. This is mostly the case for the younger members, where their minds are easily adjustable. Once you've grown older with more lessons and corrections drilled into your head, you train with your peers with the instructors observing. It's never an experience of mindless brutality in the training rooms. It was always that of mutual respect on and off the mat. John knows this, yet he can't help but recall the subtle looks he got from his past adoptive brothers in those rooms. He was never close to any of them, but he can still see the animosity underneath their practiced facades of detachment. Like they wanted to kill him for existing. But he never cared for that. He sparred with them, won most of the matches, and never minded the cold stares. Eventually, he transitioned to solo training. It was easier. It was quieter. He was left alone. Then he left and enlisted, and he became better, with every drop of blood trickling from his knuckles, every aching muscle in his body, every waking moment feeling as if a gun was aiming at his head. Fortune favors the bold, the tattoo engraved on his back said. Training by himself could still be different here, he muses. He wouldn't need to condition his body the way he used to, just enough to help him with the entrance exams. Enough to keep him from being another body count for villains. Enough to keep his mother from worrying. Enough to keep himself to keep Midoriya Izuku alive long enough. With that idea set in stone and away from Katsuki and All Might's knowledge because they don't need to know, John continues hauling from his non-specified pile, the echoes of Katsuki's range of angry clamors and occasional explosions serving as background noise. This is going to be the longest 10 months of his life. It's 4 months into their training community service when Katsuki approaches him. Oi, Deku. John looks up from the lunchbox All Might had unexpectedly prepared for them to find Katsuki, in all his grimy and perspiring glory, peering down at him with an odd expression on his face. What? You're going to the hero course with me. Like a minefield, Katsuki's metaphorical bomb of a declaration comes out of nowhere. But John is used to those, so he returns to eating his lunch as he calmly says, no. And like before in the classroom all those months ago, Katsuki reacts with a confused, angry noise leaving his lips. Why the F not? I'm not going for the hero course. I'm gonna need a lot more than that, dickhead. Ignoring that familiar wave of emotion whenever he deals with a probing Katsuki, John responds, unfazed, "I'm going for Gen Ed." Katsuki grouses, "FNG why?" "I don't. You don't want to be a FING hero." "Yeah, fine, I got that." The blonde gripes with a heavy sigh, crossing his arms and later dropping on the bench beside him. John lets him have his little pout fest for a while. He doesn't mention the fact that the blonde teen told John specifically that he didn't care which department he ended up in, just as long as he attended UA. Instead, he waits for exactly 3 minutes, eating a piece of egg in the meantime, until he asks, not glancing at Katsuki but towards the horizon, where the sea has started to become a bit more visible due to the decreasing pile of trash, "What is it?" "That it'll be annoying as F if you went to Gen Ed," is Katsuki's answer. "You have the skills and sheet to beat up villains. You've saved a lot of people. Hell, even the FING police like you." "No, they don't." "More than that," Katsuki ignores him. "You got bigger ball than those FING heroes with the sludge villain bullshit, so it'd make more sense if you went to the hero course. Plus, you're the only one who can go toe-to-toe with me without being a sheet coward, Deku." Silence permeates the air between them as John lets the boy's answers sink in. To put it short, Katsuki just wants a rival. Either that, or he still wants to keep an eye on him, in case he starts trouble. It's a bit of a ridiculous thought given that John only involves himself in it, not ignited. Still, going to the hero course was not a part of his objectives. Going to UA is one thing, but attending it to become a pro hero is another matter entirely. He doesn't want to be people like All Might. Or learn to be like them like Katsuki. And yet, "I know you said you don't want to be one, but I think you'd make a great hero, Midoriya. You've been helping a lot of people these past few years, Deku. That's what a hero does. I just found him to be a worthy successor of my quirk because of his heroic spirit and heart." And yet there are moments like this, giving John the impression that he has no choice in the matter. "I'll think about it," he eventually sighs, having accepted that this path is inescapable no matter how many U-turns he takes to get away from it. Besides, struggling in quicksand will only make you sink faster. Effing awesome. He can practically hear the smirk in Katsuki's reply, but he ignores that as he packs away his lunch and proceeds to clean up his half of the garbage beach, allowing the feeling that he made a horrible decision to wash over him until it vanishes into the glistening sand. John researches UA thoroughly, close to 5 months into his training with Katsuki and All Might. It's not that difficult to find the official website, but it is a little overwhelming seeing its contents, organized in plenty of links and sections. Though, considering it's by all accounts one of the most prestigious schools in the country, he's not surprised. The information on the school's website is pretty straightforward if a little theatrical with its opening statements. Apparently, it started accepting quirkless applicants 10 years ago, so there's one problem resolved. He carefully reads the most important info on the main page before delving into the courses the school offers. The Heroics department is unmistakably the main program of the school, with branching areas ranging from rescue to underground heroics. The latter seems promising, but he'll get to that later. The standard subjects are still in the curriculum, with the addition of hero fundamentals and training into the schedule. It feels so jarringly familiar to read, but he keeps that thought away in a box for later. There are also classes in handling weapons such as guns and knives among others, too familiar, but only for the second year and unless you sign the needed papers saying you require the training during your first year. John files that information away for now. The General Education Department is pretty much just a regular course with the main subjects, as per the department's name. According to the description, it's where applicants who didn't pass the practical entrance exam end up, and where applicants who don't want to be a hero attend just for the high school education. John would have decided to go here if it wasn't for the fact that Katsuki will give him even more grief and explosive tantrums for the decision, and he honestly doesn't want to deal with that. The business department is as it says on the tin, offering courses in the advertisement of heroes and their merchandise. Well, this explains the number of posters and toys of the pro heroes here, All Might especially. Definitely not John's forte. Lastly is the support department, where it offers classes in support item development, costume design, and analysis. Aurelio, and perhaps even the sommelier, Would have loved attending this one if he were in John's situation, but as it stands, he isn't. And John will admit that thought sits heavily in his stomach, but he pushes it away. After poring over the rest of the information on the website, he raised a brow at a particular passage that the practical entrance exam uses robots rather than people. John releases a faint, exhausted breath, closing his laptop and massaging his eyes. So far, he has two options: the heroics department and the general education one. If he chooses the latter, his explosive friend will quite literally explode in his face and demand he goes with him to the hero course instead. If he chooses the former, John will practically launch his plans to be a regular citizen with a normal life out into space and risk being thrown back into a world where death is always near. It doesn't hurt to look at the bright side of things sometimes, honey, Mom would tell him. He taps his fingers in a random tempo on his desk, stealing a glance at Yue's brochure that All Might had given to him and Katsuki a few weeks ago. If he does end up in the hero course and becomes a .pro hero, then at least he has a stable job in the future. A job that's fairly opposite to what John is capable of. He's not even sure if he has any hobbies outside of stopping crooks and shady people from assaulting other innocent bystanders that can be lucrative. Plus, maybe he'll make a friend or two, as Tsukachi suggested. Or not. He's not exactly good at making friends, and he doubts that anyone barring Katsuki would be willing to befriend a quirkless kid, as society showed him already. He might not like it. He might not enjoy the journey All Might and many other heroes have taken. He might return to that dark place again if he slips up, and it'll be a manhunt for his head all over again. But well, he's just going to have to wait and see. In the midst of his backup plan brainstorming, he hears Mom call for him outside the door. Izuku, dear, could you run by the store for me, please? I'm running low on a few ingredients for dinner. Sure. Hitoshi was only just finding good cat sweaters for udon and ramen to try because the weather was nice. How in the hell did it turn to sheets so quickly? Oh, right, he probably disrespected some ancient god in his past life, and now karma's coming back to bite him in the butt for such transgressions. Or maybe he just forgot the fact that his old school was around the local shopping district he's currently at and familiar faces just happened to be in the area and managed to spot him. Coincidentally. Yeah, that might be it. The dads are so gonna mother hen him like crazy if they find out about this, but only if Hitoshi tells them. Which he won't. Thought you could get away scot-free, villain? An old face from his old school whose name Hitoshi can't bother to remember pins him against the wall of an alley. Alleys. Why is it always alleys? Why can't it be like an old warehouse or an abandoned pier or something, with a hand clenched around the front of his jacket? At least it's his least favorite one. The other old faces with names he doesn't recall surround him on both sides, eyes sharp and sneering down at him. Hitoshi grew a couple of inches in the past year or two, so he's pretty level with them. A punch to the gut stops his stupid thoughts from distracting him with today's little problem. Oi, you thought you could ignore us too, huh? What? Your stupid brain can't remember us. He feels the hand on his jacket tighten, making it a little hard to breathe through the sudden jolt of pain in his stomach. And like an idiot, because he had forgotten a few things he learned before and is incorporating the things he picked up as of late into this one unfortunate interaction, Hitoshi snarks before he could even think about it. Sorry, it's just that scene you made me do a double take if I was in hell or something. Another jab to the gut, but then it's followed by a clip to the face. That's gonna leave a mark. You really got a lot of nerve, brainwashing beach. Wow, how original. Hitoshi eventually just succumbs to the familiar shield of numbness, a shield he didn't think he'd need again so soon, but that's life, he figures, as the Three Stooges take a turn in walloping him in the alley where there aren't any witnesses. Huh, no wonder creeps like alleys so much. In the midst of it all, as he absently covers his head because that's the most important thing to do when being walloped like a cockroach, Hitoshi mentally apologizes to the dads for the amount of bullshit he'll undoubtedly spill just so they won't go off on a little hunting spree. Because that's illegal. And Dad and Pops are morally bound not to do anything illegal such as but not limited to murder. Especially when it's aimed at children who have apparently disrespected our boy. Pop's words, not Hitoshi's. That wouldn't be very cash money of them. And then, the beatings stop completely for some reason. Next thing he knows, Hitoshi hears the sounds of people getting their buttes handed to them. Hey, what are you ack? Yoshimi ugh. You're gonna pay for that, you arg. Hitoshi, now realizing that he's on the floor, alley water, slowly pries his eyes open, his body pretty much feeling like a canvas of bruises and scrapes galore as he eases himself into sitting. When focus comes to him, well, either he's concussed, or he's seeing the kid who beat the sheet out of that robber with an umbrella a few years ago beating the sheet out of his old bullies with the grace of a vengeful green swan. What the F dash? The main bully Yoshimi? Yeah, Yoshimi tries to land a lucky hit on corner store kid from behind. But he makes the mistake of announcing his arrival with a yell. What is he trying to be, an anime protagonist or something? And the green-haired boy easily sidesteps and grabs his arm, pulling him along to shove him on top of the other two goons on the ground. What the F dash? Yoshimi and company all groan in pain, with corner store kid eyeing them all like some kind of warden of ancient times, and it's probably why Hitoshi doesn't feel terrified for his life. Because that stony glare isn't aimed at him. Eventually, Yoshimi and company get up, sporting fresh, red marks on their faces as if they simply just got slapped around like crazy. If Hitoshi wasn't so dazed from the pain, he might have laughed. As it is, he can't, but he does in spirit. You're gonna pay for that. Goon number 1 hisses. Yeah, you think your foresight quirks tough shit, huh? Goon number 2 adds with misplaced cockiness because duh, who is it that slugged them to the ground first? For a moment, it's eerily quiet, save for the bustling noise of people from a distance. Hitoshi can feel the air becoming slightly colder, but that's probably just him. Until, I don't have a quirk. Holy F-I-N-G. Dad's so gonna adore this kid he can feel it, but Hitoshi is fortunate to be the first one to mentally declare himself as corner store kid's #1 fan the first time. Even after being flung literally to the ground just minutes ago with Hitoshi as a witness, Yoshimi cackles haughtily because he's an idiot, apparently, a quirkless chump, huh? Well, looks like we have a chance after all, guys. Seriously, what an idiot. The three of them go on to charge at corner store kid again, but it was over with the green-haired boy evading like a natural and scoring some effective maneuvers until they all go down once more. And it's the most awesome thing Hitoshi's seen ever, probably second to seeing Dad socking his old foster dad in the face in self-defense. Hitoshi is attempting to stand, ow, bruised rib, when one of Yoshimi's goons later gasp. Wait a minute, you look familiar. The other goon SCKS in a sharp breath as well. Holy shit, you're the Viridian devil. The Viridian what now? Corner store kid doesn't seem fazed, though. His eyes are narrowed, brows lowered to give him the look of a patient predator, perception locked onto his prey. So FING cool. Yoshimi soon chokes. Thinking what? We gotta scram, man. That guy's gonna kill us, come on. And just like that, Yoshimi and company scramble to escape, knocking against each other in the process, but ultimately, they leave the alley, the two nameless lackeys whose names Hitoshi won't even attempt remembering dragging Yoshimi with them. Whether or not they're running to tell a cop or a hero doesn't catch Hitoshi's attention. What does catch his attention is Corner Store Kid, or as those guys called him, the Viridian Devil, which is a pretty sick name, in his opinion dusting himself off before turning to Hitoshi. You okay? For a split second, Hitoshi blue screens his limited knowledge on how to interact with people not feeding his brain properly, but he eventually manages, yeah. It's a total lie, but it's basically a honed skill for him. A skill that Dad and Pops are trying to help him mitigate, but old habits die hard. Are you sure? Yep. Alright, Corner Store Kid doesn't look convinced, but Hitoshi could hardly care about that. What he does care about is the fact that he doesn't know the other boy's name. And he's not saying that to be creepy or weird, he just wants to know the kid's name because it feels a little mean just calling him Corner Store Kid, even if it's just in his head. Because he helped him and all. When Hitoshi gains more of his bearings and can stand on his own with a bit of a wince at the effort, he hopes he protected his face enough. Corner Store Kid gives him a once-over before he asks, "Will you be okay walking on your own?" Hitoshi startles a little before he quickly composes himself. Yeah, I can just call one of my dads. Or my aunt. Thanks. Sure. Then, Corner store kid goes on to pick up a few plastic bags from the floor a few ways away, no doubt going home. And Hitoshi still hasn't gotten his name yet. Hey, wait. Hitoshi didn't know what came over him when he reached out, but he's somewhat surprised that the other did stop and wait, turning to him and regarding him with neutral green eyes. Hitoshi goes for it, but he starts as a nervous wreck as if he's talking to a crush or something. But he pulls through with it when he sees that corner store kid isn't judging him. Outwardly, that is. What's? He almost bites his tongue at the question, more out of habit than anything else. Asking questions these days has been less painful, and Pops told him that it's okay to ask questions. It's a part of navigating this crazy game called life, and Hitoshi simply wants to navigate it easier as well. What's your name? An awkward start, but a start nonetheless. Corner store kid blinks, expression unchanging. Midoriya Izuku. Now that's a peculiar name. But fitting. Green hair, green eyes. Hitoshi then replies, thinking giving his name too would be fine. Ayama Hitoshi. The kid nods, adjusting his grip on the plastic bags. Hitoshi knows he should just let him go home, that way he can go home and likely risk his parents finding out why he's limping or favoring his side a little, but somehow, a spirit of some kind just straight up possesses Hitoshi to ask, "Can I get your number?" Fing superb, you awkward insomniac. When corner store Midoriya blinks again, Hitoshi Fing scrambles his mental cabinets for a reasonable explanation. You see, I was just, wondering if you'd be up for. Come on, brain, just function like any normal organ. If you'd be okay teaching me those moves you did earlier? Smooth. I dunno, it's fine if you don't wanna, I just got, curious. And your moves were seriously cool, so, yeah. Real smooth. While Dad has been teaching him how to properly defend himself against others, Hitoshi never quite knew what it'd be like if someone his age taught him how. Like a change in perspective. So he crosses his fingers and hopes for the best. The quietness returns, but it's quickly broken by Midoriya nodding again. Sure. Ayama Hitoshi wins at socialization once more. Containing his budding excitement over making a new friend, friend is probably too soon, but what the hell does he know? With that friend being one of his inspirations to become a hero, Hitoshi fishes out his phone, thankfully undamaged. After exchanging numbers, they both decide to walk out of the alley together. The sky's now a cool shade of purples and pinks, with some oranges and yellows, and Hitoshi has to remind himself that he's only been out for an hour, not enough time to get Dad or Pops, if he's home, worried, and start a search party for him. Turning to Midoriya, who only had just begun walking in the opposite direction, Hitoshi says, I'll see you around? Midoriya pauses in his step, turning his head just slightly enough for him to notice the short bob of his head, see you around, before resuming. Hitoshi, meanwhile, watches the other boy's back getting smaller and smaller until he can no longer see him. A stray cat passes by his feet. Right, cat sweaters. He'll find better ones next time. He has a lot he wants to tell Dad. The sight of Tsukachi slumped completely over his desk as if his soul just got SED out of his body isn't anything new. Shoyuta has seen different phases of the detective, the most frequent of the bunch being complete exhaustion. Relatable. Thanks for coming, Eraserhead. It's also no surprise that the guy knows Shuta's here. It's like he has a built-in sensor or something. He takes a seat on the chair. What did you need me for? With a breath, Tsukachi rises from slumping over his desk and gets to business. Except, it isn't actually business, but more of the detective utilizing his contacts for his benefit because the man slides a cup of coffee fresh from the pot towards Shuta's direction. There's a reason Shoyuta tolerates him way better than most flashy heroes. The guy can be cunning when he wants to. Just be a listening ear. Tsukachi replies with a faint impression of a tired grin on his face. I'd ask Sansa, but he knows who I'm gonna be talking about anyway, and I'd like for someone who doesn't know to just listen to me ramble rather than make fun of me at my expense. Who? Shoyuta isn't one to be concerned over something like this, but with the way Tsukachi is nursing his own cup of coffee as if he's about to tell some long, forgotten tale, he's admittedly becoming a bit curious. I'd rather not say their names since I have a hunch you'll meet them eventually, And I don't want my opinions to shape your judgment. I don't let opinions shape my judgment, Tsukachi. Shoyuta says because the detective knows that about him. Yeah. The man waves a hand and then uses it to rub his face, a sign that he's preparing to air out whatever's gotten him this exhausted. Probably a vigilante or two, who knows. It's about this kid. Oh no, it's about this kid. For the past few years, I've been seeing them in areas where small crimes happen, such as a store robbery for example, he starts. And the thing is, he chuckles and it's a familiar sound of exhaustion and hysterical exasperation all at once. Poor guy. The kid's the one who takes care of those before the police could handle it. Shoyuta sips his coffee. Tsukachi continues. And I know what you're thinking, that's vigilantism, but it technically isn't because the kid is, well, they don't have a quirk, to begin with. Shoyuta takes another long sip, mulling over this kid who's apparently able to handle small crimes efficiently, especially without a quirk. Do they know about the loophole in the vigilante laws? Probably, if what Tsukachi says about meeting them for the past few years is true. But he's not going to overthink it, he's just here to be a listening ear. Even though he'd much rather spend the remaining hours before his patrol napping. Unlike some teenagers and young vigilantes I'd meet, the kid is surprisingly civil whenever I ask them to come down here for more questioning and clarification. They don't complain, they don't deflect, hell, they answered all of my questions without being sarcastic or trying to lie despite my quirk. Another swig of coffee. Sure sounds like a decent kid. And he says that as a high school teacher, he had decent students before, but this year, he got a cluster of overconfident brats who think being heroes is all about glamour and looking good for the camera, so he did the most logical thing and expelled all of them. He'll re-enroll them soon anyway, as per Ned's request, but he's gonna enjoy this 1 year away from being a homeroom teacher. But that's not relevant to this conversation. Tsukachi sighs. They have a good head on their shoulders, they really do, it's just. I tried to get them to not be involved. You know, let the police and heroes handle it. Or at the very least, call for help first before doing anything extreme. Shoyuta nods in solidarity because he's had one student before who would that, jumping in on a problem at a moment's notice. He's got a good head on his shoulders, but sometimes he can be just too reckless. But he's a second year now and he's learned a few things, so hopefully, this kid that Tsukachi's talking about could improve too. Geez, I remember this one time he got kidnapped again? And it ended up being resolved in less than a few hours. It was crazy, Tsukachi recalls, and there's a nostalgic kind of smirk on his face as he massages his temple, not at all noticing Shuta's internal dilemma that this kid has somehow been kidnapped before, but it is, apparently, a common occurrence. Common enough that Tsukachi isn't that bothered about it. You should have been there, Eraser, Tsukachi says with a small quirk of his lips. The guys at the station couldn't believe it, but I was there, and I saw it all go down in the daylight. Tsukachi takes a sip of his coffee before he relays what Shoyuta personally thinks is a joke, but the fact that the detective sounds serious about it changes his mind. I saw that kid take down 4 men in an apartment building with a lawn chair. What? I know, it's crazy, but you know I suck at telling fake stories, Tsukachi points out with an incredulous but amused huff. When we took those guys in, they looked like they've been run over by a speeding truck. We thought that maybe someone else was kidnapped and had a strong quirk, but lo and behold, it was just a teenager holding a lawn chair. Shoyuta has heard plenty of exaggerated tales before from plenty of people with a range of imagination. Some of them were more believable than others. This one, though, sounded too good to be true. But this is Tsukachi Naomasa, the guy who sucks at faking stories no matter the day, and if what he's saying is true, then by God, he hopes this kid isn't seeking out trouble intentionally nowadays. Otherwise, Tsukachi will get ulcers, based on the fact he sounded like the lawn chair event wasn't the first he's seen of this kid. Then there's another incident with them, and it started around a few months ago. Tsukachi says, rising from his seat and heading over to the bookshelf behind his desk, where he pulls out a thick green ring binder with a label, VD. He doesn't know what or who VD is, but he has a hunch that Tsukachi will explain. And Shoyuta will probably gain a headache out of it. There was a villain rampage in a local shopping district in downtown Mizudafu, a sludge villain. Yeah, Saw the news, but only the aftermath of it, Shoyuta comments, having a slight idea of how this will go. What about him? The exasperated look on the detective's face is still there when he answers, well, believe it or not, the kid was present at the time. And witness reports state that they just rushed in there to help the victim involved even though pro-heroes are on the scene. So this kid is that kind of problem child, then. No wonder Tsukachi looks ready to sleep for the next century. Shoyuta can understand that. And by all accounts, they got on top of the villain and managed to subdue him with a pencil. AFING what? A freaking pencil, eraser, Tsukachi repeats with a dry chuckle, rubbing a hand tiredly down his face, although he still has that grin plastered on it. Oh, he's attached. Figures. The guy always was soft on the well-meaning troublemakers, especially those who aren't being difficult in following directions. It was so ridiculous when the reports came in, yet I know that if there's anybody crazy enough to pull it off, it'd be the kid. Geez, this one sounds quite a handful now. If this keeps up, the poor detective will unquestionably retire before Shoyuta nurses his coffee, letting all the information sink in, and he has to admit, Tsukachi's doing a good job so far keeping it together whilst keeping track of this trouble magnet of a child. He should know he's handled far worse trouble magnets in his career as a teacher and as a pro-hero. Is that what's bothering you right now? Shoyuta goes on to ask, because looking at the man now, he's certain there's more to this informal meeting than just hearing him ramble. Tsukachi blinks, seemingly surprised, but he huffs lightly, nothing gets past you, huh? I'm an underground hero. I don't let anything get past me if I could help it. Of course you don't. There's a transient minute of silence, with Shoyuta listening to the background noise of officers and staff bustling outside the office before the detective sighs. I know it's not much to go on, but I have a hunch this kid's gonna be at UA next year. That so? Yeah. I suggested they'd go actually. I thought it'd be a good idea at the time since they don't seem to have that many friends in the first place aside from one. And I'm hoping that UA would be a good place for them. At least they'll learn how to tone down their tendency to get into trouble once they're there. And that Shoyuta can acknowledge. UA has a reputation for helping students in cultivating and improving their capabilities while mitigating their bad habits for their sake and others. While Shoyuta won't promise to oversee this kid's progress since he's not even sure if they'll even be in the hero course, he does hope that they'll stop giving Tsukachi near aneurysms with their stunts. Shoyuta sips the remaining drops of his coffee. I see. Do you want me to watch him? He won't admit this even under pain of coffee deprivation, but he's now fairly interested to see who this trouble magnet is and how well they can handle themselves. Well, I mean, I don't want you to do anything out of obligation or anything, eraser, the detective insists, but Shoyuta waves a hand dismissively. It's fine. I'm used to dealing with problem children. What's one more? Then he hears the familiar chime of his pager. Right. While he's free from teaching duties, he still has patrol to get to. Putting down the empty mug on the desk, Shoyuta rises from his spot, feeling the pops in his joints. God. He's not that old to have aching joints, whatever the hell Hisashi or his own kid jokes about sometimes. I gotta go. I'll be sure to keep an eye out for your kid. Thanks, Eraserhead. Shoyuta grunts. It's honestly the least he can do for the guy. The man always seemed to be swamped with a lot of paperwork. And even though Shoyuta can be a bit of a hard ass, he's not needlessly vicious to leave a struggling man to handle the load by himself. Just before he reaches the door, he hears his colleague call for him, making him pause. And Eraser? He turns back to meet Tsukachi's eyes. Just. Tsukachi leans forward on his desk, supporting his head with a hand. When you see them, make sure they don't do anything too drastic. As I said, they're a good kid, they just need some guidance sometimes. Right. As Shoyuta leaves the precinct, he thinks about the discussion, about this unnamed kid who knows how to fight even in the most unconventional of ways, fighting villains with just a pencil. Who the F can do that? And he tamps down the urge to find out who they are. It's not exactly his problem. There's nothing to be gained from learning their name anyway, and at the end of the day, Shoyuta is simply offering his assistance to the one who's actually connected to the kid. But still, he finds himself a little thrilled, and maybe just a tad exasperated through osmosis. He shouldn't get his hopes up, he knows this. Who knows, the kid could probably end up in the business department or something and Shoyuta wouldn't know. Yet he can't help the prospect of watching over a young kid who has no doubt been dealt bad cards in life but still manages to push through it and come out a little bit stronger. Shoyuta was once that kid too. But he's a hero now, and he came out a little bit stronger. Shoyuta honestly can't wait to see what they'll do, even at the expense of him getting plenty of migraines and gray hairs. After all, he has a bit of a soft spot for the underdogs. Edit, I made a FIC cover. Laughing face and shameless plug, here's my Tumblr. The beach is pristine by the 10th month, in the early morning of the entrance exams. It's almost a surprise, seeing how the sand glistens in the sun and how clear the sea looks from his spot on the high wall surrounding the beach, but John is glad there's no garbage anymore. Helen would have loved coming here. The air is fresher now as well, leaning more on the subtle scent of sea spray and nature rather than the unbearable stench of garbage and rusty components, and John takes a quiet breath in, his muscles easing just a bit even with the soreness that lingers. He's already used to the sensation anyway. 10 months. They cleaned an entire beach in 10 months. Between training by himself, training with his new acquaintance, studying, and keeping shady strangers from provoking other civilians, John is rather astounded how he managed to clean up everything in the end. Just in time for the exams too. Beside him, on top of the final pile of garbage they stacked for the truck to collect, Katsuki yells into the sky, and it's not one of rage or vexation, but of accomplishment and euphoria. John feels the same way, albeit it's a warm hum in his chest, a foreign little thing that came out of nowhere for him to acknowledge. It's been quite a long time since he's felt this proud of himself. The only time he's ever felt this way was when he had been 10 and managed to learn how to shoot a target center. Neither the director nor his trainers ever expressed their pride in him with that, though, so he didn't bother expressing it himself in later years. Until now, that is. It's a strange feeling. Well done, you two. All Might arrives in his car, deflated in the emaciated form of Yagi Tashinori, but John can see the pride in the man's eyes as he smiles, approaching them. Your efforts certainly have paid off. Yurdaman right they have. Katsuki roars triumphantly, jumping from his perch using short bursts of his explosions to slow his descent until he's there by John's side, grinning widely and wiping away the sweat coating his forehead. John just nods shortly. He had seen the physical improvements this morning before he left, and though he doesn't particularly like looking at himself in the mirror for long beyond brushing his teeth and cleaning the glass as per his chores, he will admit that the change is noticeable. His muscles are a lot more built, appropriate for a 15-year-old teen to have, and with such limited time to work with. He grew a bit taller as well, but not as tall as Katsuki, who has a few feet on him. He blatantly ignored Katsuki's teasings over being taller than him when the blonde discovered the fact, primarily because it didn't matter to him. John has dealt with much bigger opponents before to kick up a fuss over height differences. Another difference with Katsuki is that his own muscles are slightly more defined, the arms and shoulders being rather robust. He must have had his own private training then, specifically with his quirk. Good for him. I must say, Yagi begins, turning his sunken-eyed gaze at the newly unsoiled beach. I've never seen this place look as beautiful as it does now. You both have truly outdone yourselves. Katsuki waves the man off, although John can see an inflated ego when he sees it. But he won't comment on it like usual. The blonde can have this moment of gratification, at least. We don't do sheet halfway, All Might. That's not our style. Yagi laughs merrily, and it sounds a lot more genuine than when he does it as All Might. I can see that. You've definitely taken the plus ultra spirit to heart. While John is still unsure why such a phrase is so beloved in this world, even after reading the summary of its origins and its attachment to the image of UA, he takes it as is, and nods again. Shortly after, Yagi tells them that he'll be one of the judges for the practical exam, a fact that doesn't really change anything for John, but Katsuki seems bolstered by the revelation. Knowing him, he's probably looking forward to impressing the hero again, this time with the usage of his quirk. That or Katsuki is just excited All Might will be watching the practical. Who knows? Young Midoriya, you've already requested the school-issued support items beforehand, right? Yagi asks, and John confirms it with a dip of his head. May it never be assumed that John goes into things unprepared. He had the foresight to check the requirements in regards to the entrance exams on the school website and found one section that stated that an applicant may bring their own support items or inventions. Another option is to requisition specific tools offered by the school. The list of available items already given on the site. Obviously, no guns are listed, but he always managed to make do without them anyway. John has yet to know how the support items are made as well as how they function in full detail, so appealing for tools supplied by UA is the next best alternative. In a worst-case scenario, if the items somehow stopped being functional, he could always improvise and use the remains of the destroyed robots. He does wish he won't get caught up in some kind of explosion in the process, though. That's an unpleasant experience he doesn't want to relive again. Excellent, Yagi says with a grin. I know you two don't need to hear this from me, but I wish you both good luck in the exams. It'll be a challenge for sure, but nothing, we've got this sheet in the bag. Katsuki interjects, still in a high of their accomplishment as he cracks his knuckles, and John resists rolling his eyes at the display. Although he wouldn't be opposed if he failed the practical exam and got into the general education department instead, John is profoundly aware he wouldn't hear the end of it from the explosive blonde, so like it or not, he will have to do his best. You are the best of them all, Jarnini, so you must uphold that standard. He can make backup plans for a garden-variety life some other time. Later, they go on their separate ways, with Yagi heading over to the school, and John and Katsuki heading to their respective homes to clean themselves up and be ready for the day. And John thoroughly doesn't think of how this is beginning to feel similar to his convocation from the Rusk aroma, because it isn't. He's not going to be given a trial mission to see if he's competent enough to graduate from its walls. He's not going to fire his first shot from a distance. He's just taking a high school entrance exam. It's just an exam. Your final exam will be the kingpin of the rising Sonin mob, their territory located in New Jersey, so be prepared for your flight. Oi, Deku. Just as he was about to take a right at the intersection of their neighborhood, John glances back to find Katsuki observing him with a familiar gaze, narrowed, but not venomous. Stubborn, but not callous. A challenge from an equal rather than something born out of hostility and ill temper. Don't forget, alright? I'm gonna blow the entrance exam out of the FING water, Deku, so don't half-butt it either. Yeah. And that is a promise. Mom is a lot, teary-eyed when she sees him off at the entrance hall of their apartment, a sight that John is used to and knows how to handle by letting her hold him in her tight, motherly hug. This time, he lets himself hug her back completely, his arms enveloping her back delicately rather than his hands. Simply patting her arms. She deserves better than that, especially after supporting him in his training this whole time. He's grown taller than her, he notices. And she's grown rather plump too, but he won't comment on it. Be careful and do your best, alright? She asks of him when she lets go, her lips wobbly as she offers him an encouraging grin. I'll be cheering for you, Izuku. He likes to think that Helen is cheering for him too, wherever she is. John doesn't quite smile like her. He can barely remember how nowadays without it feeling fake on his lips, but he softens his features as best as he can when he nods in Mom's direction. Thanks. And then he's out the door. Itoshi. Today 7:32 a.m. Are you and Blasty on your way now? I'm already here by the entrance. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Awesome. Are you nervous? BC, I know I am, even though we've literally been training together for this. Right? Duh. You have a reputation as Muzutafu's peacemaking boogeyman. OFC, you aren't nervous. John isn't quite sure how to respond to this, even after spending the past few months getting acquainted with Ayama Hitoshi, a kid he somehow managed to befriend months before, but he figures the generic reassurances will be fine. Maybe. Hitoshi. You'll be fine. We need to work on your comforting skills. Dude, BC, I'm not feeling the comfort. Not really, but okay. Oh well, see you later then. Good luck in advance. Is Eyebags there already? John looks up from his phone to see Katsuki looking quite annoyed beside him, but that's just his usual face. Especially when Hitoshi is concerned. Yeah. It figures. The other boy scoffs lightly, but even John can tell there's nothing inherently choleric in his words. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna beat that insomniac beach in the exams first and rub it in his face. It's just an exam, Katsuki. Shut up. He does, mostly because he's already accustomed to this rivaling song and dance between his two acquaintances who somehow have a lot in common yet get along like oil and water to bother interfering with it. It's not exactly his problem to deal with unless they drag him into one of their little competitions, to which he simply evades and just leaves them be to resolve things on their own. In hindsight, perhaps it was a bit of a bad idea to let them meet. So John sits in silence as the train takes them to their destination, occasionally complying with Katsuki's demands for a short review of the material they'll be encountering in the paper exam. Then the train stops gradually with a low hiss, the automatic voice in the speakers announcing their stop, and John and Katsuki leave the car, not once separating from each other even with the wave of students and civilians filing out of it. Eventually, the wave parts into different directions, leaving only students to amble up the hill to the school that sits on top of it, overlooking the city like some kind of fortress. And frankly, John didn't know what else. He expected. Imagination and guesstimating its height based on official photos is one thing, but seeing it in person is another. The main building is exceptionally enormous, almost reaching up towards the sky, its windows reflecting the blue color and the clouds with great clarity. This place could probably rival the Ruska Roma and Winston's Hotel in size and resources alone, but that's a thought to ponder over once the exams are done. A thought that he decidedly will ignore. So, you finally made it. John hears Hitoshi drawl before he feels an arm wrap around his shoulder from behind. The same goes with Katsuki judging from his indignant squawk. He tilts his head to see the lazy smirk plastered on Hitoshi's face, but he can also note the nervousness beneath the calm exterior he usually possesses. Maybe they should work on that instead of John's comforting skills. Yeah. Get the F off me, dead-eyed bee. Good morning to you too, Squinty. John is swift enough to block out their rapid-fire exchange of sarcastic wit and irate yelling as he continues on his way, walking ahead rather than getting caught in the crossfire. He also takes to ignoring the stares his group is getting now. He should have packed a set of earplugs ahead of time, but honestly, he's just hoping this argument won't end up in a lot of property damage and a possible trip to a clinic. For once, the world heeds his wishes. The noise eventually stops, and it just so happens to be when Hitoshi trips on a crack on the pathway, cutting off his and Katsuki's usual bickering. Sheet! Hitoshi sputters, and just when John turns to catch him, because he knows Katsuki won't since he's busy laughing, someone's already there to halt his fall, and... Hitoshi's floating. You alright? I'm sorry for using my quirk on you. A girl with distinct pink cheeks, and possible levitation or gravity quirk, apologizes. It's fine, Hitoshi says as John guides him to float in an upright position and the girl touches the pads of her fingers together, consequently letting the taller boy back on solid ground. Interesting. So it's a 5-point touch quirk. Would it still work without a finger? Probably. Probably not. John isn't about to ask though. That'd be strange. Thanks. Hitoshi rubs the back of his neck sheepishly, later shooting the still laughing Katsuki a glare. The girl smiles. It doesn't look fake. No problem. It would have been bad luck if you fell. John has been thrown to the ground multiple times in different circumstances for him to know how much truth there is to that statement. Nah, you should have just let him fall. He'd look less like FNG zombie. Katsuki is in stitches by now, clutching his stomach as he laughs to his ego's delight. And Hitoshi, predictably, doesn't take it without retribution. Keep laughing and we'll see if you can attract some hyenas in here. And so it begins again. Seeing that things are fine now, John turns back to where the other students are. Entering, the voices of his two friends, now bickering up a storm of drier sarcasm and even fiery insults, and the girl drifting into a distant murmur the further he goes. He thinks the girl is wondering out loud why he's leaving, but it doesn't matter. He keeps walking, following the signs and the flow of the students to where he needs to go. They'll catch up anyway. The paper exams come and go smoothly in a span of 3 hours. John wasn't exactly confident in a few subjects, but he answered every question to the best of his ability. The director always sought the best in her children, after all. He wasn't an exception. He thinks he did well in the science portion of the test, given his private research of everything that had to do with quirks during the first few years of his new existence. The math and history portions were fine too, as was Japanese literature, even though it took him a while to remember the names of characters and story titles and central themes. What did take him longer was the essay portion at the very end of the exam. Questions about morality, the dichotomy between heroes and villains, personal feelings on this, and that if he didn't know any better, John might have thought the test packet he was given was made specifically for him, to throw him in a loop. As if there's some kind of supernatural presence among the teachers and the students, a wandering, vengeful ghost. It could be Vigo, Isif, Cashin, Sentino, the Bowery King, the director, the adjudicator, Winston, Marcus, aiming to make his current life a living hell with all the introspection, even when he feels he's been doing plenty of that already. But he knew, logically, that there isn't anyone like that, at least, to his knowledge. Those questions were moderately general enough for a bunch of hopeful teenagers to answer, either in lackluster fashion or with some ignited passion to drive them to write their response. John can't do either of those. It's almost in his nature not to half-but things, yet he's not at all passionate about any of the topics prompted. Morality? The contrast between heroes and villains? What kind of hero do you wish to be? He didn't have a clear answer for any of them. But he wrote anyway. He didn't try to look deep into the pond those questions opened up for him. He didn't overthink it. He just answered to the best of his ability, even when the words he had written felt lacking in the emotional aspect. Even when he wrote them down neither as Midoriya Izuku nor John Wick. But he figured the ones responsible for checking the tests wouldn't care that much. As soon as all the test packets are collected by the exam proctor, tall, exposed teeth like a skull, trench coat, leg prosthetics ectoplasm, his memory suggests, everyone in the exam hall clambers to leave, some grousing over not being able to answer a few tricky questions and others thinking out loud that they did well. John ignores them. Lunch passes by just as quickly. Tifos. The signs and the movement of students to where the auditorium is, and in the trek, he reunites with Katsuki and Hitoshi, both expressing their thoughts that they did fine, if with a bit of subtle shoving here and there over who finished first. He doesn't see the Gravity Girl anywhere, but he suspects she's already on her way to the next room for their practical exam orientation. And speaking of the orientation, welcome everybody. A walking embodiment of a radio station stands center stage, clad in a neck speaker and leather that just can't be comfortable when it's summer, and with a peculiar hairstyle that gives him the impression of a cockatoo. John didn't need a second to recall who this hero is since the man's radio show has always been Mom's favorite to listen to in the evenings, and even if he tried, he couldn't escape seeing the face and hearing the name of Present Mike. John notices some movement beside him, and when he subtly glances to the side, he discovers Hitoshi hiding a smile behind his hand as he leans his elbows on the long table, his expression akin to one of fond exasperation. There's a story there, but he won't poke around it. That's not at all important right now. You guys fired up or what? Gimme a yeah. They don't give him a yeah. Present Mike doesn't seem that discouraged by the silence, though. Anywho, I'm gonna give you the rundown of how the practical exam is gonna go, ya dig? Can I get a yeah? He doesn't get a yeah. And Hitoshi is currently holding back laughs, covering his mouth with both hands and sinking on his seat in an attempt to muffle them further. Yeesh, tough crowd. Present Mike whistles but he waves a hand dismissively. Well wait Evs. Listen well and good listeners, 'cause this is how it's gonna roll. John pays close attention to the instructions, considering each detail carefully, not missing anything. Present Mike explains that the test will run for 10 minutes in a mock city where they will have to fight robots, so the website wasn't kidding. Not only that, students from the same school are separated into different areas, which disconcerts Katsuki a little from the way he grumbles under his breath. Lastly, there are 4 robots in total with designated point values beginning from 1 to John doesn't get to hear about the last robot and its point value, however, when someone raises their hand. A squarish teenage boy with glasses stands up and begins to ask about the last robot, and for some reason going off on a small tirade about oversights and how it's an embarrassment to a well-respected school such as UA. It was relatively fine until it mildly escalates when the same boy whirls around to direct an accusing finger at Hitoshi, who goes rigid on his seat but just as swiftly schools his features into his usual mask of composure and unconcern. "And you?" the boy with glasses scolds. "If you think this is some funny display based on your laughing earlier, please leave. This is not a game and clearly, you aren't taking this seriously." He can already sense the humiliation and annoyance from Hitoshi as his friend lowers his head with crossed arms, as well as the growing temper from Katsuki in heat waves on his other side. But John is spared from having to give the blonde a fast kick to the ankle when Present Mike interrupts, regaining everyone's attention. "Good observation there, listener. I was just getting to the fourth bot." The hero gestures to the large screen behind him and a large silhouette of the fourth robot appears, its point value as 0. As you can see, the last one is worth 0 points. It's pretty huge though and can go on a rampage, so you might want to avoid that hot mess once you see it. "Understood, sir. Apologies for the interruption." "No sweat, listener. That's pretty much the gist, so all of you funky little dudes suit up and head out to your designated buses." And with that, the orientation ends, with Present Mike showing off a grin that John always saw on Katsuki's face whenever they'd spar. And remember to have the plus ultra spirit. Break a leg, everyone. John can only hope there won't be any actual bones broken during the exam because that would be very inconvenient and annoying to sit through. They leave the auditorium, voices mingling together into a cacophony. John says his temporary partings with Katsuki, "Don't kill anyone. Shut the F up, I know," and walks with Hitoshi to their bus. However, he soon remembers that he hasn't received his requested items yet, so he tells Hitoshi to go ahead, intending on finding the administrator's office. Or wherever it is they keep their support items. Honestly, with how gigantic the school building is, he doubts he'll be able to find it in time for the practical exam to begin. There should be a map around here somewhere. Midoriya? John stops in the middle of the hallway at the gruff voice behind him, and he turns to see a tall, scruffy, tired-eyed man with dark, unkempt hair, equally dark clothing, and a white scarf. After scouring his memories, he later realizes that this man must be Eraserhead, an underground hero. Highly skilled, well-known in his network of associates, and incredibly efficient in his work. A probable threat to John Wick, but not to Midoriya Izuku. Maybe. Yes, he chooses to say because he knows that underground heroes rely on their anonymity to be able to work efficiently. Eraserhead pauses, seemingly scanning him, until he gestures to the other side of the hall with his head. "Your application forms stated you requested for school-issued support items, is that right?" John easily follows. "Yes, sir." Eraserhead grunts. "Follow me then." The silent walk doesn't take more than a minute until they reach a large sliding door. The hero opens it without preamble and John trails after him, noting a few discarded tools and other machinery on workbenches lining the walls. This must be where they make their inventions. Either that, or it could just be some storage unit for things like this. He stops when Eraserhead does in front of the middle workbench, waiting patiently, even when his body automatically readies itself for an attack that won't come because this is a school for heroes. "John, don't lose focus." Eraserhead holds out a navy blue messenger bag with the school's logo imprinted on the flap. "Here are the tools you requested. Be sure to return at least some of them once the exam is over, all right?" John accepts the bag without a fuss, like acquiring more guns and knives from the sommelier, although the sommelier would have made a show of displaying his requested artillery. He does a quick check, peeking through the opening and finding himself satisfied with the tools. Hero schools are certainly thorough. He looks back at Eraserhead and offers a short nod. "Yes, sir. Thank you." The hero grunts again, wordlessly motioning for them to leave the room. Still unsure of the layout of the school, John follows behind. Perhaps he should review any public maps of the campus after this. It doesn't hurt to be extra thorough before classes start. Just follow the signs on the walls to your bus. You know what it is. They stop at the hallway leading to the auditorium. John nods again. I'll leave you to it. Then Eraserhead turns back around, likely to where the other exam proctors are. John does the same, walking down the hall and promptly heading for his designated bus to where it will carry him and many others to the exam site. To his silent relief, the bus is relatively quiet, save for a few murmurs and soft conversations between the other examinees. Aside from Hitoshi, who simply asked what was in the bag, no one else tries to talk to him, which is a bonus. He doesn't think about past missions in the duration of the trip. He can't afford to be distracted by the unwanted feeling of reminiscence just from this alone. This is an exam to enroll into a school, not a mission to eliminate a mafia kingpin who displeased a few people. After some time, the bus pulls over to their appointed testing ground, and everyone files out of the vehicle in a buzz, either congregating into groups or by themselves. "Ah shit, I'm getting nervous now," Hitoshi mutters as he shakes out his hands. John doesn't really glance at him in response, opting to double-check his tools and coming up with 100 plans on how he should do this. By comparison, dealing with humans is much easier than robots, but John isn't that averse to trying something new. "You'll be fine." He can already feel the light stink eye. "You're terrible at being comforting, you know that?" Later, Hitoshi seems to have spotted the pink-cheeked girl from this morning. He tells John that he'll be right back, presumably to talk to her. John doesn't mind. He has other things occupying his thoughts, such as strategies and contingency plans in case he somehow uses up all of his requisitioned items. Familiar motion that he didn't mind falling back into, but then the most prevalent thought marches forth like a headless horseman as he stares at the towering door ahead of him, barely noting the thrum of other students and a certain sense of anticipation pervading the air like static. How in the hell did I get here? But he doesn't get to ponder over it and his previous choices that led up to this moment because the doors have opened. Start! And John moves. John destroys his first robot after another examinee blasts one with some kind of laser shooting from his stomach. And apparently, that examinee is also French because he aims a wink at John and says, "Magnifique." John graces that with just a bob of his head and grabs a durable piece of metal pipe from the damaged remains before running off to his sighted target. Judging from its single-wheel design and the large number painted on its arms, it's worth just 1 point. But it's better than nothing, he supposes, so he forges ahead, his impromptu weapon in hand. Target lock on. He's quick to use a damaged robot as leverage, mounting it and shortly jumping off it to plunge his weapon from behind the robot, straight through its chest. The thing is surprisingly breakable. Something bulky and sphere-like is sticking out of the other end of the pole, he realizes. Is it a heart or something? Best not to think too much about it. Time is too limited for him to ponder over unimportant details. Deeming his weapon unusable, it's immutably stuck in the bot's chest now. John climbs off his first casualty and decides to nab the sizable object from the pole. After checking it quickly and thoroughly, it is a heart, consisted of wires and durable material. He glances at the messenger bag he's carrying and a plan is formed. He only hopes UA makes their bags as heavy-duty as everything else. Pocketing the steel ball and small electric discs, and looping the prototype capture binding around his left arm securely, John puts the robotic heart within the bag, finishing off with testing its robustness by giving it an experimental swing. Thankfully, it doesn't tear, which is all the assurance John needs. He finds 2 more robots, a 1-pointer and a 2-pointer gunning for him, their red eyes gleaming brightly and dangerously, no doubt ready to attack him, render him useless, kill him. And without his permission, the skin of Baba Yaga washes over Midoriya Izuku completely like an unwanted parasite. A parasite he will have to tolerate if John wants Izuku to pass this. He doesn't welcome it warmly. He only refocuses on the task at hand. No distractions. Gripping the straps of the bag tightly, he moves with a purpose. He dodges the enemy's attacks with ease and bashes their heads with his newly acquired weapon, sparing no time to find his next set of points. He strikes the weaker spots of 1-pointers with the electric discs, shocking them into powering down. He plunges acquired poles and sharp rods in 2-pointers after, jumping off walls and broken machines for support. He gets lucky in getting 3 pointers to destroy themselves with their lock-on systems and built-in defense mechanisms, using the steel ball as well to trip them up until he has none left. John also manages to save that French kid, Merci mon ami. When it appeared he gained some stomach ache, and a few other examinees from making careless errors, either getting hasty verbal gratitude for his efforts or irate yelling for stopping them from gaining a point. John doesn't care for that. He destroys a couple more villain robots with his worn makeshift weapon. He knows it'll give way eventually, but it hasn't, so he keeps fighting. He doesn't know what his score is now, but he reckons it's at least higher than 10. Or 15. Maybe 20 if he's feeling generous of himself. In the mayhem, he finds Hitoshi, visibly exhausted but continues to dodge swipes from the robots and successfully getting the machines to demolish themselves. He's unsure how many points his friend has, but what he does know is that passing this exam is important to Hitoshi. Plus, no matter how much stamina Hitoshi says he has, there's a limit to how much he can evade, so John swiftly picks up a broken sign pole from the ground and jogs up to his friend, wordlessly handing it to him before running off again. Absently, he wonders how Katsuki is doing, but he figures he's doing fine. It's Katsuki after all. He fells 3 more robots before a 2-pointer stands before him like a dragon from a storybook. And though John doesn't think himself to be a knight in shining armor, he slays it with a fast and heavy swing of his makeshift weapon to the head, narrowly avoiding the robot's initial attack. It doesn't immediately go down, but it does sputter in sparks, visibly malfunctioning. John dodges another strike from the bot, making its arm stick itself in the asphalt this time. He takes the chance to rush forward, shouldering the messenger bag and holding the capture binding in both hands. Without delay, John loops the binding around the 2-pointer's head and drives it like a metal steed, leading it to crash into many of its brethren until his mount is all but demolished, the binding thankfully not snapping throughout the whole ordeal. He doesn't leave the scuffle unscathed, though, earning a few cuts and minor singes from the small blasts, but he ignores them and the burning ache in his muscles. He can't let himself rest now. There are still other enemies coming for him, intent to kill, hinder him. John doesn't know when it began, but a blaring alarm echoes across the battlefield, like a signal for something big and sinister on the horizon. He heard the siren loud and clear, and he took to shelter, hid from copper bullets, hid from imminent death. Others weren't so lucky. The ground shakes. Other examinees are screaming, running away. John finds Hitoshi still around, helping fallen and trapped students even when there's a threat. Looming close by because that's what a hero does, he told John long ago. A hero? John isn't a hero. He's just a person doing the sensible thing. A gigantic titan of a robot turns a corner, multiple red eyes gleaming as it towers even the highest of buildings in the area, casting a huge shadow over the street as it causes some property damage to the structures with abandon. So this must be the 0-pointer from the orientation. UA never holds back on anything, does it? Present Mike had suggested avoiding it as much as possible, which is understandable advice. John can only imagine the kind of power that could take down something as massive as that. The idea of running comes to mind. He kept running even when his legs burned something fierce and terrible. He kept running, he kept fighting, running from blades and bullets because that's all he knew now, but it's extinguished instantaneously at the shrill cry down the street. Someone help. John immediately spots someone, the gravity girl, trapped underneath robot corpses and rubble, unable to get them off of her. No one else comes to her aid. They've all ran away. But not John. Unlike back then, when wave upon wave of killers and assassins were gunning for his head and he had no choice but to run, John stays and assesses everything all at once, not wasting a single second to doubt himself. He still has the robotic heart in his bag. The prototype capture binding is still usable. The 0-pointer is just a few meters away, far enough from the gravity girl, but still a grave threat. A threat that needs to be eliminated as efficiently as possible. John doesn't know the inner workings of these villain bots yet, but at this point, he's willing to throw anything together just from his knowledge on incendiaries alone. With that, he runs towards the girl, not minding the way his legs are on fire from the added exertion. "You all right?" he asks, kneeling beside her. She tears up as she answers, Why adjust my legs? Pinned down, deafening. The 0-pointer is close now, whirring and loud. Time is running out. He scrutinizes the robots piled on top of her legs until he finds what he needs. It's reckless of him to do this, he knows that, but right now, he doesn't care. He pulls out the components needed to fire off their artillery from their damaged bodies as well as the mechanical heart from the bag and quickly gets to work. Luckily, he recognizes most of the parts as soon as he goes to combine them all in some way, so with slightly shaky hands, he added the last piece of the gun. He connects the last wire, seeing the small red light blinking. He had a minute to escape before it went off, and shortly asks, "Your quirk?" It wouldn't hurt to double-check. "Z0 gravity," she replies, shaking. "Why? Can you make this float?" The robot is closer. The girl looks at him confusedly, but she does reach out to tap it, and John briskly ties it with one end of the capture binding and holding the other end. He looks up at the 0-pointer, near enough for him to act. With a spin of the capture binding to build up momentum and speed, John launches the thing at the machine's head, the capture binding along with it. He hopes Eraserhead won't mind. He did tell John to return some of his requested items. He's fast to get the fallen bots off of the girl, and she crawls herself to freedom before he goes to carry her. How much time is left? John doesn't know. All he knows is that he's escaping with the girl in his arms, away from the mechanical behemoth in a sprint. He hears the booming noise before he feels the swell of heat and the force of the explosion from behind him, and he is propelled to the air. So much for not wanting to be involved in another explosion. On instinct, he braces for impact, turning on his back to receive most of it so the girl wouldn't have to. She's injured enough as it is. But then he feels lighter, somehow. As if he's floating. The gravity girl. Gotcha. John then senses someone else catching them, the collision of it rattling him slightly. Oh, it's Hitoshi. Hell, you're gonna give me a heart attack one of these days, you lunatic, his friend mutters. Should John apologize afterward? He's not sure. And frankly, he's a tad bit exhausted to muse on it. But maybe a trip to their usual corner store could suffice. Later, once everything is settled down to an extent, a petite elderly woman with a doctor's coat and a peculiar syringe cane comes to check for injuries. Oh, it's Recovery Girl, a healer from what John can remember, and UA's resident nurse. He gets the old woman to tend to the Gravity Girl first. Leg injuries aren't pleasant, after all. Everything then passes in a blur once he sits down, the noises muffled in his ears and the adrenaline rush drained from his system, leaving him just a little adrift in his own body. He thinks Hitoshi asks Recovery Girl to tend to John next. He thinks Hitoshi carried him on his back. He thinks he's settled on something soft, like a bed. He doesn't think about it too much. He does think about whether or not he has enough points to pass the exam. If he does, then at least now he can put Tsukachi's concerns for his social life and apparent track record to rest since he's certain the detective will appreciate that. And if he doesn't? Well, he just hopes Katsuki won't chew his head off for it. But that's a problem for the future version of himself. He's tired. Midoriya Izuku, the student file says. Quirkless, it says even louder. The entire observation room is silent, the teachers gaping at the screens, and Shoyuta hides a minute smirk underneath his capture weapon. It's not unheard of to have quirkless applicants, but most of the time they change their minds about trying for the hero course, either transferring to different departments per the advice of family, friends and counselors or backing out altogether and going to regular high schools. Not this quirkless applicant. No, this kid is practically blowing the exam out of the water, and that's Shuta's quiet little bias towards the underdogs talking. Holy shit, Vlad breathes out as they collectively watch the quirkless middle schooler jump down from a damaged bot's corpse to plunge his acquired metal pole all the way through a one-pointer's chest. And what the F- is that the robot's FNG mechanical heart? He can hear Maidma choking on his coffee at that. How in the goddamn F did he do that? The kid quickly climbs down from the now-dead one-pointer only to nab the mechanical heart, examining it for a quick second before he puts it inside the FNG bag after removing the bag's contents, successfully creating some sort of blunt force weapon akin to a meteor hammer. Then he moves on to use said blunt force weapon to bash the heads of the other robots, almost poetically ironic in that he's using the heart of a villain bot to kill its brethren without a second thought. It's a terrifying and majestic thing to witness, actually. Almost. At least Nedzu seems to enjoy the show, smiling and sipping his tea all the while. The kid doesn't stop there. He keeps fighting, destroying bots left and right using the tools he requisitioned as well as his environment to his advantage. His score rises even more when he also begins saving a few injured examinees, earning a few scrapes himself, but he doesn't falter. He even gave Hitoshi a broken street sign pole for him to use as a weapon before rushing off. Could Midoriya be the friend Hitoshi's been meeting up with for the past few months? Maybe. They seem to know each other since Hitoshi reacted with relief in his body language. But Shoyuta will think on that later. Shoyuta watches carefully when Midoriya finally unwinds the prototype capture weapon from his arm and holds it in his left hand with the makeshift weapon clenched tightly in the other, eyeing up another two-pointer in front of him. He knows he should be watching the other applicants. He needs to be impartial after all, but he can't seem to ignore the quirkless boy, nor Hitoshi, for that matter, the kid's ranking up his scores as well. For long, anticipation thrumming under his skin as he witnesses the kid trick the robot into pounding the ground instead of him and subsequently bashing it in the head at the opening. In his peripheral, he can see Hizashi, Nemuri, and the rest of the teachers fidgeting on their seats, likely wanting to get in there and save the boy, but Shoyuta knows it's unneeded. Honestly, wanting to protect those who can't protect themselves is a good quality to have as a hero, but really, they should at least have a little more faith in this kid's abilities. He has enough points to pass, after all. Surely that must count for something. Midoriya catches his attention again when the kid leaps back from a strike from the robot, making its arm hit the pavement and stuck there. Good reflexes, Shoyuta thinks with a nod. The boy dashes forward, shouldering his bag, and after securing the prototype capture weapon in his hands, he uses it to steer the DMN robot like a mechanized warhorse, leading it to charge at the other bots in the path. Suffice to say, Shoyuta is thrilled by this new development, even when he can feel the second-hand stress rising from each new stunt. Look at him go! Snipe whistles and Shoyuta knows right then that Midoriya Izuku has impressed the staff. All Might looks particularly in awe and terrified all at the same time, and while he's a little curious about that kind of reaction, it's none of Shuta's business to pry. And then, Nedzu releases the zero-pointer because he's a madman. Shoyuta can respect that. It's mildly disappointing to see that all of the examinees are running away, though, but he thinks it's logical to escape a dangerous situation when you can't do anything to stop it and need backup. However, he does notice Hitoshi staying behind to help out a few students who've tripped or stuck under some robots, which is heartening to see. Shoyuta will definitely take him to his favorite cat cafe for that, as a treat from a dad to his son. "Oh, we got someone trapped down there," Power Loader says, fiddling on his tablet. The other teachers set their sights on a girl trapped underneath rubble and robot corpses, the girl with the gravity quirk, his mind supplies. And the zero-pointer is just close behind. Shoyuta doesn't need to see the others to recognize they're concerned, itching to get in there, even though Nedzu has safety precautions in mind for this kind of situation. The sequence of events that happen next, however, will forever be stamped in their memories. Because Midoriya Izuku, the underdog among them, runs towards the zero-pointer's direction without pause nor hesitation. "The hell is that kid doing?" Vlad mutters. The boy crouches before the trapped girl, most likely talking to her about her injuries, and after a moment, he pulls out the robotic heart from the bag and then a few things from the destroyed villain bots. The camera doesn't show what Midoriya is doing, which is a little annoying, but Shoyuta can hazard a guess. He watches as the kid shows his new creation to the notices how the girl nods, reaching a hand out to tap the object, and Midoriya rises to his feet. He looks straight up at the massive bot before him. He winds his hand holding the bulky object back and throws. He doesn't look to see if or where the thing has landed. He just crouches and lifts one robot corpse, possibly pinning the girl down, which allows her to crawl out some, then he lifts her in his arms, sprinting like hell away from the robot until a giant explosion happens right at the head of the zero-pointer, and everyone collectively loses their sheet. What the F dash? Holy sheet! Where did that come from? Did that kid just throw a bomb? How is that possible? I thought he didn't request a bomb, how? Meanwhile, Shoyuta's still processing the fact that Midoriya defeated a giant FING robot, saved somebody, and garnered plenty of villain and rescue points. All without a quirk. He can already imagine the Hero Commission and the school board having a grand time with this change in the norm. Shoyuta certainly is, because now, Midoriya has made a giant wave in the ocean as the first quirkless kid to apply to UA's hero course and succeed. A certain part of his mind tingles, poking at a memory, and Shoyuta wonders where he's seen or heard of this kid before. Netsu claps his paws together, urging everyone to calm down, to an extent, before he explains, Midoriya Izuka did not, in fact, request an explosive device. It's quite thrilling, actually, because he made one out of the incendiary components of the 1 and 2 pointers. A smart young man he is. They watch the aftermath. Apparently, Midoriya and the Gravity Girl, Uraraka Ochako, as stated from the files Shoyuta was able to pick out, had been propelled by the force of the blast, and the boy shielded her from the incoming impact on the ground before she used her quirk on him, and Hitoshi bless him managed to arrive in time to catch them both. They're seen to by Recovery Girl, and the whole room is once again bathed in silence until Netsu announces with a particular giddiness to his tone, "Everyone, let us welcome the top scorer of our practical exam and the first quirkless student to have made an impression and passed with a score of 83 points, Midoriya Izuku." Shoyuta allows himself to grin. Somewhere in the school, in an infirmary, the door bursts open. What the f did eyebags mean you blasted a robot to hell with your own F-bomb, Deku? John should have escaped when he had the chance.